anggaran yang memadai membuat mutu pendidikan menjadi terjaga dan berkualitas. Ruang kelas. Ruang diskusi. Perpustakaan. Taman diskusi dan fasilitas lainnya. Pelayanan kepada sivitas akademika menjadi ciri khas yang tak terpisahkan. Laboratorium menjadi bagian penting dalam meningkatkan keterampilan mahasiswa. Laboratorium studio. Di dalam laboratorium ini, mahasiswa dapat membuat konten video, poster iklan, dan podcast kreatif, serta promosi bidang agribisnis di era digital. Laboratorium Agribusiness. Di sini, mahasiswa bisa mengolah produk pertanian secara inovatif dan kreatif yang mendukung kompetensi kewirausahaan agribisnis. Laboratorium Statistik. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa bisa mengolah data statistik secara mandiri sehingga memiliki kemampuan sebagai manajer dan peneliti yang handal di bidang agribisnis. Laboratorium Analisis. Di sini, mahasiswa bisa melakukan analisis berbagai data sehingga memiliki kemampuan pengambilan keputusan secara tepat sebagai manajer agribisnis. Laboratorium Marketing. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa mampu mengembangkan konsep dan praktek pemasaran modern, khususnya digital marketing, bidang agribisnis. Greenhouse. Di sini, mahasiswa mampu melakukan budidaya berbagai jenis tanaman. Laboratorium Proteksi. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa mampu menganalisis berbagai jenis hama dan penyakit tanaman. Selain itu, juga didukung oleh jurnal ilmiah yang sudah terindeks Scopus, yaitu jurnal agraris yang mampu meningkatkan iklim dan publikasi ilmiah baik untuk dosen ataupun mahasiswa. Sebagai bentuk upaya peningkatan kualitas pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian, banyak kerjasama yang sudah dilakukan baik dalam ataupun luar negeri. Dengan berbagai fasilitas dan pelayanan yang prima, membuat mahasiswa sangat menikmati kuliah, dan banyak prestasi yang sudah ditorehkan oleh mahasiswa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Melania Isiratnawati dari kelas Agribusiness D 2018 Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Di Agribusiness saya belajar mengenai bisnis berbasis usaha pertanian atau bidang lain yang mendukung, baik di sektor hulu mulai dari penanaman bahan baku sampai di sektor hilir yaitu proses pemasaran produk pertaniannya. Pengalaman saya selama kuliah di UMY tentu sangat seru, menyenangkan, dan materinya sangat bermanfaat untuk menunjang karir saya ke depan. Di sini saya mendapatkan dua skill sekaligus, yaitu hard skill yang saya dapatkan dari kuliah, yaitu melalui tatap muka ataupun online, yang dikemas dan didukung dengan dosen-dosen yang seru tentunya sehingga tidak membosankan saat pembelajaran. Yang kedua adalah skill soft skill yang saya dapatkan dari praktikum, terjun lapangan langsung, dan juga alhamdulillah saya mendapatkan kesempatan untuk menjadi ko-asisten dosen untuk membantu perkuliahan di mata kuliah tertentu. Materi yang saya dapatkan selama ini dari mata kuliah juga sangat bermanfaat untuk kita sebagai mahasiswa agribisnis yang merupakan outputnya itu menjadi pengusaha. Contohnya seperti bisnis plan, kewirausahaan, dan kelayakan yang dapat membantu kita untuk membuka peluang usaha baru bagi pemula. Serta didukung dengan fasilitas prodi yang mendukung mulai dari ruang kelas, referensi, dan juga lab praktikum yang nyaman dan asik untuk kita belajar. Sekian dari saya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Banyak alumni yang bekerja di berbagai bidang perusahaan yang tersebar di level lokal, regional, nasional, dan internasional.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta jurusan Agribusiness, pola perkuliahan yang modern dan up to date dan sesuai dengan kebutuhan zaman membuat saya bisa bergabung di Bank Syariah Indonesia. Selama berkuliah di Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta jurusan Agribusiness, saya mendapatkan banyak soft skill dan hard skill sehingga membuat saya bergabung di sini dan menjadikan saya lebih siap.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Lukmanawati Rahayu. Saya biasa dipanggil dulu ya. Untuk saat ini saya bekerja di RRI Yogyakarta, Radio Republik Indonesia Yogyakarta. Ya, saya memang dari jurusan Agribusiness, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Jadi kenapa kok saya bisa lari ke sini gitu ya? Saya bisa kerja di sini karena dulu sebenarnya saya ikut program magang yang memang diwajibkan bagi mahasiswa semester 6 dan pilihan saya dulu jatuh ke RRI karena waktu itu disarankan oleh salah satu dosen di jurusan Agribusiness. Kemudian pada akhirnya saya diminta untuk membantu siaran di RRI Yogyakarta dan akhirnya keterusan bisa di sini.
Bukti dari kualitas alumni adalah pengguna alumni merasa puas dengan kualitas alumni.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Atang Basuki, Kepala Bidang Program Siaran RRI Yogyakarta, di mana di dalamnya ada salah satu staf kami yang bernama Lukmanawati, merupakan alumnus dari Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Dalam hal ini yang bersangkutan dalam melaksanakan kegiatan atau pekerjaan itu menurut penilaian kami sudah sangat baik dan mampu memberikan sinergitas kepada lembaga kami sehingga di dalam mengelola ataupun melaksanakan kegiatan dan tugas-tugas yang kami berikan selalu menempatkan apa yang kami berikan itu atau apa yang kami tugaskan itu menjadi prioritas utama.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Istiqo Agus Wicaksono, Ketua Program Studi Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Purworejo. Pendapat saya terhadap Ibu Uswatun Hasanah STMSC, alumni Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Ibu Uswatun Hasanah merupakan salah satu pendidik profesional yang dimiliki oleh program studi Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Purworejo. Dalam kegiatan pembelajarannya, beliau melakukan pendekatan yang baik dengan mahasiswa, sehingga mahasiswa merasa enjoy pada saat mengikuti mata kuliahnya. Dalam kegiatan penelitian, beberapa artikel telah dipublish dalam jurnal ilmiah. Demikian pendapat saya terhadap salah satu alumni Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Sukses selalu untuk alumni Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Program studi Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, membangun negeri lewat pertanian.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta Summer Schools is officially open. Yogyakarta Summer Schools is officially open.
Program Studi Agribusiness, Fakultas Pertanian, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. Berdiri sejak tahun 1986, memiliki visi menjadi program studi yang unggul dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi di bidang agribisnis berlandaskan nilai-nilai Islam tahun 2025 se-Asia Tenggara.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di program studi Agribisnis Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Kami memiliki profil lulusan sebagai seorang wirausaha, manajer, konsultan, dan peneliti. Kurikulum yang kami gunakan adalah kurikulum Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka atau MBKM berorientasi Outcome Based Education atau OB. Banyak keunggulan yang bisa didapatkan di sini, mulai dari fasilitas, pelayanan, dan jaringan kerjasama, mulai dari dalam negeri ataupun luar negeri. Itu semuanya digunakan untuk mendukung kualitas lulusan yang unggul dan islami. Mari bergabung bersama kami. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Enistianti, dosen dari program studi Agribusiness Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Saya bergabung dengan Prodi Agribisnis sejak tahun 1988, sehingga pada waktu itu Prodi baru berumur kira-kira 2 tahun. Prodi Agribisnis mulai menerima mahasiswa baru pada tahun 1986. Pada waktu itu dengan status izin operasional, kemudian seiring perjalanannya terdaftar, kemudian diakui, kemudian disamakan, dan peringkat akreditasi yang awal dicapai oleh Prodi Agribisnis adalah akreditasi B. Sekitar 2 atau 3 periode. Alhamdulillah pada tahun 2016 program studi agribisnis sudah terakreditasi A, dan pada pertengahan 2021 terakreditasi unggul.
Program Studi Agribisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta memiliki tenaga pengajar yang berkualitas dan pakar di bidangnya. Didukung fasilitas pengajaran yang memadai, membuat mutu pendidikan menjadi terjaga dan berkualitas. Ruang kelas. Ruang diskusi. Perpustakaan. Taman diskusi. Dan fasilitas lainnya. Pelayanan kepada sivitas akademika menjadi ciri khas yang tak terpisahkan. Laboratorium menjadi bagian penting dalam meningkatkan keterampilan mahasiswa. Laboratorium Studio Di dalam laboratorium ini, mahasiswa dapat membuat konten video, poster iklan, dan podcast kreatif, serta promosi bidang agribisnis di era digital. Laboratorium Agribusiness. Di sini, mahasiswa bisa mengolah produk pertanian secara inovatif dan kreatif yang mendukung kompetensi kewirausahaan agribisnis. Laboratorium Statistik. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa bisa mengolah data statistik secara mandiri sehingga memiliki kemampuan sebagai manajer dan peneliti yang handal di bidang agribisnis. Laboratorium Analisis. Di sini, mahasiswa bisa melakukan analisis berbagai data sehingga memiliki kemampuan pengambilan keputusan secara tepat sebagai manajer agribisnis. Laboratorium Marketing. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa mampu mengembangkan konsep dan praktek pemasaran modern, khususnya digital marketing, bidang agribisnis. Greenhouse. Di sini, mahasiswa mampu melakukan budidaya berbagai jenis tanaman. Laboratorium Proteksi. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa mampu menganalisis berbagai jenis hama dan penyakit tanaman. Selain itu, juga didukung oleh jurnal ilmiah yang sudah terindeks Scopus, yaitu jurnal agraris yang mampu meningkatkan iklim dan publikasi ilmiah baik untuk dosen ataupun mahasiswa. Sebagai bentuk upaya peningkatan kualitas pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian, banyak kerjasama yang sudah dilakukan baik dalam ataupun luar negeri. Dengan berbagai fasilitas dan pelayanan yang prima, membuat mahasiswa sangat menikmati kuliah, dan banyak prestasi yang sudah ditorehkan oleh mahasiswa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Melania Isiratnawati dari kelas Agribusiness D 2018 Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Di Agribusiness saya belajar mengenai bisnis berbasis usaha pertanian atau bidang lain yang mendukung, baik di sektor hulu mulai dari penanaman bahan baku sampai di sektor hilir yaitu proses pemasaran produk pertaniannya. Pengalaman saya selama kuliah di UMY tentu sangat seru, menyenangkan, dan materinya sangat bermanfaat untuk menunjang karir saya ke depan. Di sini saya mendapatkan 2 skill sekaligus, yaitu hard skill yang saya dapatkan dari kuliah, yaitu melalui tatap muka ataupun online, yang dikemas dan didukung dengan dosen-dosen yang seru tentunya sehingga tidak membosankan saat pembelajaran. Yang kedua adalah skill soft skill yang saya dapatkan dari praktikum, terjun lapangan langsung, dan juga alhamdulillah saya mendapatkan kesempatan untuk menjadi ko-asisten dosen untuk membantu perkuliahan di mata kuliah tertentu. Materi yang saya dapatkan selama ini dari mata kuliah juga sangat bermanfaat untuk kita sebagai mahasiswa agribisnis yang merupakan outputnya itu menjadi pengusaha. Contohnya seperti bisnis plan, kewirausahaan, dan kelayakan yang dapat membantu kita untuk membuka peluang usaha baru bagi pemula. Serta didukung dengan fasilitas prodi yang mendukung mulai dari ruang kelas, referensi, dan juga lab praktikum yang nyaman dan asik untuk kita belajar. Sekian dari saya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Banyak alumni yang bekerja di berbagai bidang perusahaan yang tersebar di level lokal, regional, nasional, dan internasional.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta jurusan Agribusiness. Pola perkuliahan yang modern dan up to date dan sesuai dengan kebutuhan zaman membuat saya bisa bergabung di Bank Syariah Indonesia. Selama berkuliah di Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta jurusan Agribusiness, saya mendapatkan banyak soft skill dan hard skill sehingga membuat saya bergabung di sini dan menjadikan saya lebih siap.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Lukmanawati Rahayu. Saya biasa dipanggil dulu ya. Untuk saat ini saya bekerja di RRI Yogyakarta, Radio Republik Indonesia Yogyakarta. Ya, saya memang dari jurusan Agribusiness, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Jadi kenapa kok saya bisa lari ke sini gitu ya? Saya bisa kerja di sini karena dulu sebenarnya saya ikut program magang yang memang diwajibkan bagi mahasiswa semester 6. Dan pilihan saya dulu jatuh ke RRI karena waktu itu disarankan oleh salah satu dosen di jurusan Agribusiness. Kemudian pada akhirnya saya diminta untuk membantu siaran di RRI Yogyakarta dan akhirnya keterusan bisa di sini.
Bukti dari kualitas alumni adalah pengguna alumni merasa puas dengan kualitas alumni.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Atang Basuki, Kepala Bidang Program Siaran RRI Yogyakarta, di mana di dalamnya ada salah satu staf kami yang bernama Lukmanawati, merupakan alumnus dari Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Dalam hal ini, yang bersangkutan dalam melaksanakan kegiatan atau pekerjaan itu menurut penilaian kami sudah sangat baik dan mampu memberikan sinergitas kepada lembaga kami, sehingga di dalam mengelola ataupun melaksanakan kegiatan dan tugas-tugas yang kami berikan selalu menempatkan apa yang kami berikan itu atau apa yang kami tugaskan itu menjadi prioritas utama.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Istiqo Agus Wicaksono, Ketua Program Studi Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Purworejo. Pendapat saya terhadap Ibu Uswatun Hasanah STMSC, alumni Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Ibu Uswatun Hasanah merupakan salah satu pendidik profesional yang dimiliki oleh Program Studi Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Purworejo. Dalam kegiatan pembelajarannya, beliau melakukan pendekatan yang baik dengan mahasiswa, sehingga mahasiswa merasa enjoy pada saat mengikuti mata kuliahnya. Dalam kegiatan penelitian, beberapa artikel telah dipublish dalam jurnal ilmiah. Demikian pendapat saya terhadap salah satu alumni Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Sukses selalu untuk alumni Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Program Studi Agribisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, membangun negeri lewat pertanian.
The largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity. The COVID-19 pandemic does not cease our path.
Eerily desolate. This is ground zero for the illness.
It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate. Upholding three principles of higher education, we certainly welcome the new era to develop Indonesia and enlighten the universe. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta Summer Schools is officially open.
This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources.
بالله فقد هدي إلى صراط مستقيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله حق تقاته ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون. واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء فألف بين قلوبكم فأصبحتم بنعمته إخوانا وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار فأنقذكم منها كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون. ولتكن منكم أمة يدعون إلى الخير ويأمرون بالمعروف وينهون عن المنكر وأولئك هم المفلحون. ولا تكونوا كالذين تفرقوا واختلفوا من بعد ما جاءهم البينات وأولئك لهم عذاب عظيم. صدق الله العظيم. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Muhammad Nizamuddin Tauhid, who has recited the Holy Quran. May Allah always bless you. Amen. The fourth agenda is a speech and ceremonial opening of Summer School on Tropical Agribusiness by the head of the Agribusiness Study Program, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Mr. Zuhud Rozaki, PhD. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the opportunity to have a short speech here to open this summer school on tropical agribusiness. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Thanks to Allah for giving us the time and opportunity to join to this summer school online. And then salawat and salam always go to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues, dear students who joined to the summer school on tropical agribusiness. So first of all, we would like to welcome you all to the summer school online. The summer school online actually already conducted from 2020. So today, or this summer school is the fifth summer school that we already conducted, and then we collaborate to various institutions or universities. Especially, we want to deliver a big gratitude to University Malaysia Terengganu because UMT already our co-host and our collaborator from the beginning of this from the beginning of the summer school program. So UMT always send their students, good student, best student to the summer school. So we are really happy and delighted to thanks to UMT for joining this summer school year by year. Until today, I already checked and I found so many UMT students. But not forget to mention the other institution that collaborate to the Summer School on Tropical Agribusiness 2024. Here we do have the Shimane University, Japan, and then Tokyo University of Agriculture, Tokyo, Japan, the University of Queensland, Australia, Universitas Malang, Universitas Negeri Malang, State University of Malang, and also IPB University, Badan Riset Inovasi Nasional or National Research and Innovation, and also our dear colleague from Universitas Muhammadiyah Kalimantan Timur and College University Islam Perlis. Thank you to all you all already collaborate with us through sending your students, also sending your lecturers or research team to join this summer school on tropical agribusiness as speaker or as a participant. And then based on the data that we got, there are 73 participants who already registered this summer school on tropical agribusiness 2024. And then the diversification of countries is consists of Indonesia, Malaysia, Rwanda, and Sierra Leone. So thank you to you all because we could collect this kind of various countries to join this summer school on tropical agribusiness. And through this summer school online, we hope that you all who already joined here can get the good knowledge and then networks and etc. from this agenda. So and then I want to remind you that you already submitted your essay or your writing or your paper to for this summer school, and then we will announce the best essay in the last day of the summer school. And also in each day, in order to you can get the certificate of this agenda of this event, you must finish or write your assignment that will be announced in the last session of each day. So in each day, you will be given assignment regarding the each day topic that already delivered by the speaker. And then also we want to thank to IRO, International Relation Office of UMY, that already supported this summer school. I think that's all from me. And here with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I declare that this summer school on tropical agribusiness 2024 officially open. And then that's all from me. Thank you very much. And after this, you will get so much knowledge and so much practical things from speakers. And I hope you can have a good discussion. So if there is a discussion session, please kindly to show your interested thing, and then to show your expression, to show your opinion regarding the topic that will be delivered by the speakers. That's all from me. I'm sorry if I make mistake. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Zuhud Razaki, for opening the summer school on tropical agribusiness 2024. We hope the agenda will run well and without any disturbance. Okay, for the next agenda, there is some information about terms and reference. Terms and reference participants, please enter the summer school program by renaming yourself and your institution with format capital, institution name, underscore full name. Okay, once again, capital, institution name, underscore full name. And all participants are requested to turn on the video from the opening until the closing session. And when the speaker confirms the material, the microphone in the Zoom application should be deactive or mute, yeah, and fully controlled by the host and co-host. And during the program, participants do not share any files in the Zoom application or share screen. At the question and answer Q&A session, if you would like to ask a question, please use the raise hand feature in the Zoom application, and you can ask the question after the moderator allows. And all participants are expected to participate in the summer school program in an orderly manner until it is finished. And last, if you have any network error, you can participate through in YouTube Prodi Agribusiness UMY. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda, the main agenda which we are waiting for explanation from the speakers. First of all, let me introduce the moderator. He is an agribusiness student from 2022 and inspirational and active student. So please welcome to Tova Rahman.
Hello, good morning everyone. Welcome to Summer School Tropical Agribusiness 2024. I'm Tofaraman Satriawan as your moderator. Firstly, I will thank you for giving me the opportunity to be your moderator today. I'm very excited to handle this event and ensure everything runs smoothly. Yeah, firstly, I would like to welcome you to the Summer School Tropical Agribusiness STTA 2024. And properly organized by Departemen Agribusiness at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. This year, summer school with the big theme, farmer resilience in emerging economies. So I would like to extend warm greeting and express my gratitude to all of you for joining us to this summer school 2024. Yeah, it's going to be fascinating experience so far, and we are very happy to see such enthusiasm participation. And anyway, as Bapak Zuhud mentioned, this is the 5 year of summer school program, and it's been wonderful growth from 2019 until now, and see a lot of participants from different country. Yeah. And then I will mention we had a participant for the many countries from Indonesia, Malaysia, Rwanda, and Sierra Leone. And from the other country, I'm sorry I cannot mention it. I hope for a different country we have a diversity and enrich our discussion and learning more about the experience. So this conference has brought more than 10 expert speakers. It's from various countries, and we will divide it to the 3 days from 13 until 15 Augustus with all different topics. So I wish all of you can take attention to the speaker, and we wish you can attend 3 day of summer school 2024. Maybe this summer school bring the big topic, farmer resilience, emerging economies. Yeah, we all know farmers are the backbone of the agriculture. So I think the ability to adapting the challenging environment is so critical. The sustainability of your global food system, it's so critical for us. And I know we all know the agriculture is the backbone of the economy, especially for developing countries like Indonesia. Yeah, I wish we can discuss together in here, and I wish with this event, all participants can be active for the discussion. And as Mr. Zuhud mentioned it, to show your interesting on this topic. So for the last day, I will remind you, don't forget to make assignment. It will be on the classroom. Maybe it will edit from our team. So for today, maybe I will spill the assignment is make a resume for all the speaker. Today we have a 5 speaker. It's gonna be from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, from Simani University, and for the third, it's from National Research and Innovation Agency Indonesia, and for the last speaker, it will be from Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. Yeah. Today it will be a long day, maybe. So I wish you should take maybe snack to accompany you to this summer school 2024. Okay, maybe for the first time we will wait for our first speaker. Yeah, maybe. Okay, today we have a pleasure to welcoming our special speaker. We are honored to have with us today who expert who will share their knowledge insight on the summer school 2024. Yeah, I will introduce our speaker today. He is my lecturer from Agribusiness Study. Is from got PhD from Gifu University, Japan, and got experts in agricultural science. So please welcome Bapak Dr. Cahyo, Dr. Cahyo Wisnu Rubianto. Please welcome.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Moderator.
Okay. Thank you. Nice to meet you, Mr.
Nice to meet you too. Yeah.
Today I will be your moderator for this event, and okay, I will introduce Dr. Cahyo is going bring the topic characteristic and challenging of traditional jamu production in Yogyakarta, ya, Dokter. Case
Yes.
study of Suruni Putih Women Cooperative. Okay, maybe Doctor, you have 15 minutes for your presentation, and then we will start.
15 or 50?
50 minutes.
50 minutes, okay.
Yeah, 50 minutes for your presentation, and then we follow it to Q&A session. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for Mr. Moderator for the time. For me, yeah, for the first day of summer school and the first keynote speaker. So I would like to say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So good morning, everyone, the students. I see here students from several countries, from Malaysia, Australia, and also from Indonesia, IPB, also BRIN, Kalimantan Timur, Simane University. So for this summer school is a very diverse for from various countries for students and also for keynote speakers. So I think this is a very good chance for you as a student, especially for this first day until this Thursday, right, for the summer school. So please enjoy for the summer school. And as the first keynote speakers, I would like to introduce you my first research. Now I am collaborating the research with the Tokyo University of Agriculture and also with the Simane University. So this research is especially about jamu. So maybe some of you, for Indonesian people, of course, you know jamu. Like every morning we drink jamu every day. Like, yeah, now I have a jamu already. I drink jamu for today's morning, and I think some of you already similar with this term of jamu. But for Malaysia students, maybe some of you also know jamu. So jamu, the term of jamu itself is from Japanese language. Japanese, yeah, from Africa, Sierra Leone, and from can I say hi to Sierra Leone student? Are you here? Yeah, I think yeah, WMT. Okay. So from maybe from African countries, the student from African countries, maybe they just knew this term of jamu, which is every Indonesian people like to drink as a herbal drink for health, especially. For example, like Dr. Rozaki, maybe if he has a symptoms, he would like to drink jamu. Like me also, I feel like headache or some feel uncomfortable, so just like I drink jamu. But can I share this, Mr. Moderator or host? Can I share this PowerPoint because I couldn't share the PowerPoint here? So please give
Okay.
me access.
Not access for Dr. Cahyo.
Okay. Still host disable participant screen sharing, so please give me the access. Okay, so now I can share the PowerPoints. So today's lessons, I would like to you enjoy for this classes, yeah, for summer school. This is a very interesting topic. Maybe some why Kang, where are you come from? So I would like to know your university. Please put your name, university, if possible. So the other students also. Yeah, please no raise your hands. Have you tried jamu before? Okay, I would like to say hi to Enda Purnamasari. Enda, could you open your microphone, please?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Do you like jamu?
Oh yeah, very much.
Very much. Very nice. Yeah. And what is the characteristic of traditional jamu?
I can say I like it because I know the function of the jamu, and for me, it's kind of a functional food that really benefit for my health.
Yeah.
And the only one person in my family, just only me, who likes jamu.
Only you.
Yes.
How come? How come? When you first time to try jamu?
Uh, from my childhood, because my
From your
parents
childhood.
introduced me
So,
from the childhood, right?
so mbok jamu is coming to your house and then you just stop the mbok jamu and then try once?
No, I just make it by myself.
Oh, you made by yourself. How?
Just using my intuition and then Googling, like several
Oh, wow.
try our method how to
All
make
right.
jam.
All right, this is very good opening for the students that you the only one in your family members that you only want who like jamu
Thank
and then
you.
you met by yourself when you're childhood. And now you are also drink jamu from Mbok Jamu. Have you tried Mbok Jamu?
No, I just make it myself.
Oh, you just make it yourself. All right. So now I wonder you are trying to sell your jamu by yourself.
Yes,
You made
I
it?
want it, but I know that it's really so many restriction, right? Because I need to quality and consistently produce,
Okay.
and I don't want to unsatisfy my customers, so
Okay.
I'm really pretty afraid about that.
Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Enda. So now I continue for this lecture.
No
So
worries.
the general characteristic of traditional jamu in Indonesia basically is handmade, like Enda said. They made by themselves, like typically prepared at home using the traditional methods, often without preservatives. And usually in many places in the cities or in the village or in the districts areas in all of province in Indonesia, they are carried by women vendors. So these women vendors commonly sold by women known as Mbok Jamu. So usually like in this picture, Mbok Jamu like wear batik or wear traditional clothes of Jawa, and then they carry the bottles in the basket or gendongan, they said gendongan, and with some bottles inside here, and also they bring the glasses and also the how can I say this bring water and also to clean the glass after the consumers drink jamu. So we can I think the Indonesian people they know. Even I asked some students from Sumatra, Kalimantan, they are jamu gendong in their areas. So jamu gendong is a lot of they are spreading a lot in a lot of countries on all district, even to the village in the Indonesian areas, Indonesian districts. And we can try the variety of types, include the different blends like turmeric, kunyit asam in bahasa, ginger, jahe, saffron colored rice, beras kencur. This is the most good one because the taste is quite good and sweet and so so I just know that pahitan is can improve and can make stronger his muscle. So his muscle becomes stronger. I mean, yeah. And next, so when jamu is widely known for locals, this is the common questions for some Indonesian people. So I look for the literature review and I couldn't find, but some term now known the books I found in the now keep in the Kraton Yogyakarta, very the old book ones. So Jamu is written in the very old book ones for more than 100 years ago. So actually the term of Jamu refers to traditional herbal medicine from Indonesia, particularly Java, and it is believed to have been in use for centuries. So the exact time when the term jamu was first known is still unclear, that I told you before. Its history can be traced back to the ancient Javanese culture as the longest and the oldest ethnics and the biggest ethnics in Indonesia, Javanese, with the roots in traditional medicines practices that date back over 1,000 years. So this is the basic that I could find some literature that ancient origins. The jamu is believed to have originated in Java, Indonesia, over a millennium ago. It was initially developed as a way to maintain health and treat ailments using natural ingredients found in the local environments. And the earliest form of jamu were likely influenced by local animistics. Do you know animistics? Animistic is they are no religion, but they believe to the ancestor and the practice. So with the emphasis on the healing properties of plants and also the herbs. So in the influence of Hindu and Buddhist between the 8th to 14th centuries, the influence of Hinduism and Buddhism brought by traders settled from India, the country is India, introduced the new ingredients and medical knowledge to the existing Javanese practices. Temple like Borobudur, built in 8th and 9th centuries, they speak scenes that suggest the use of herbal medicine, which might include early form of jamu. But in the Majapahit Empire, do you know Majapahit? Majapahit is one of the big kingdom in Indonesia between the 3rd to 16th centuries. So this during the Majapahit era, jamu become more formalized and widely used. It was during this time that the knowledge of jamu began to documented in the traditional manuscript known as lontar text. So now in the Majapahit era, to the Islamic influence in the 15th century onward, the arrival of Islam introduced new medical practice and ingredients to the jamu traditions. And the practice of jamu continued to evolve, incorporating elements from Islamic medicine, particularly Unani tib. Maybe some of you know this term, Unani tib, which also emphasizes herbal treatments. And the colonial period between the 16th, 20th centuries by Netherlands, the Dutch colonization of Indonesia brought Western medical practice, but jamu remained a vital part of Indonesian culture. It was during this period that jamu began to commercialize during this colonial period, and particularly in the urban areas. And although in the remain a traditional practice in all regions, and at the time, jamu is a very famous for the kingdom, for the sultan. Yeah, usually the jamu is consumed and drink by the high level of status in Indonesia in the kingdom area, in kingdom status. So at the time in the modern era right now in the 20th century to present, jamu gained recognized as symbol of Indonesian culture heritage, and the Indonesian government began promoting jamu as part of the country's identity. And today, jamu is still widely used in Indonesia, even though the jamu, they can, how can I say, we can find everywhere, like jamu with jamu gendong. They can spreading in every areas in Indonesia. So this is back history of jamu. So, but what is the next questions? What is jamu made of? See, this is Enda said before that she look from YouTube, and then she made by herself to make jamu at home. So this is the jamu materials, you know, the spices. Some of spices is very famous in Indonesia, like cinnamon, cloves, and this is root and rhizome. Some of spices too, turmeric, ginger, galangal, and leaf and flowers like tamarind leaves, jasmine flowers, and fruits like tamarind and lime, and so on. So many, a lot of spices and leaf, flowers, and fruits can be made for jamu. So as you know, spices in bahasa Indonesia is rempah. So rempah is one of the famous, and we are the homeland of the spices. So because of the spices, the colony come to these countries and bring the spices to their countries, or to Western countries, and because of spices, the map of the land. The map of the lands. Oh no, the trading map, because of these spices, so they bring for the trading area by ships. So the sea in the world is become famous to bring these spices. I will tell you later. So this is spices or rempah, you know, a lot of characteristic environmental requirements of selected spices commodities like nutmeg. Nutmeg Nutmeg is pala in Bahasa, the perennial nutmeg trees. Myristica fragrans grows to head above 20 meters. So maybe if you live in Yogyakarta or in the forest area, we can find a lot of nutmeg trees. Usually the nutmeg trees can grow in many mountainous areas, in the forest areas in Indonesia, even though in Yogyakarta we find. Yesterday, I found a lot of nutmeg trees in Kulon Progo and Purworejo. So nutmeg is the kernel of the seeds, while maize is the net-like a crimson color, leathery outer growth area covering the seed shells, and the tree requires an optimal growing temperature between the 20s to 30 degrees. On the annual rainfall should be between 1,500 to 2,500 millimeters. Pepper, like black pepper, of course, we are famous and similar with these peppers. Piper nigrum is a perennial vine that produces small berry roots that is dried to become pepper. So pepper is a plant of humid tropics requiring adequate rainfall and warmth for its growth. So I can found this pepper also in the place of Kulon Progo. Yesterday, I visited these places. So it is grown successfully between latitudes of 20 degrees north and 20 degrees south, and from sea level up to 2,400 meters. And the crop can tolerate a temperature range between 10 degrees to 40 degrees Celsius. But the optimum is between 25 degrees Celsius and 40 degrees Celsius. So this well-distributed rainfall in the range of 1,250 millimeters to 2,000 millimeters is considered necessary for pepper productions. And the cloves, cengkeh, cengkeh, the cloves tree Zygium aromatic is a lot in Kulon Progo, Yogyakarta. So this is a very famous and a very interesting topic for research. If you want to focus on these spices or rempah, so as you are in agribusiness, or even you are in the social economic or agriculture or agrotechnology or something, so this rempah is still very interesting in the area, because these spices, different geography and the different area will become different tastes, especially for ginger, and also for the galangal, and also for the, how can I say, in the roots, in rhizomes, because they can absorb the materials around. For example, how can I say? So if the ginger taste is in the intercropping areas, they have a sense very various plants around the ginger, so the taste will be different compared to their whole of ginger in 1 hectare, for example. So wild ginger in the forest with the various trees and various plants will be different taste between the ginger production in the and also cinnamon. Cinnamon is one of the very famous, like coffee cinnamon and something else. And the food with the cinnamon is very great. Cinnamon, Burmani is the hardest among the three species, tolerating a wide range of soil and climate conditions. So the optimum climate has an average temperature between 27 to 30 degrees Celsius, with the 2000 and 2500 millimeter of rainfall. So it is a evergreen the tree that is kept to height about 2 or 3 meters. And the soil conditions are very important, as waterlogged soil will produce a bitter cinnamon bark. Vanilla, of course, you like ice cream vanilla, right? Vanilla and a lot of vanilla. We loved a lot of vanilla. So vanilla we can find in many areas, especially in Maluku Utara. So some of you come from Maluku Utara. Maluku, if you some of you come from Maluku Utara, so just say hi to me and then just open your microphone and then just say hi and then stop me during my presentations. It's okay. So vanilla is perennial vine that produces vanilla beans. Vanilla grows well in a humid tropical climate with a well-distributed annual rainfall of the 1,900 to 2,300 millimeter, but with no prolonged dry periods. So ginger, gingiber original. So rhizome is the source of the most important ginger product, which are dry rhizome, water grown as a spice with the ginger oil, and orisines use of flavorings or well-distributed rainfall of 2,500 to 3,000 millimeter is optimum, with the minimum is 1,500 millimeters. So the crop flourish under the warm sunny condition, but the day temperature above the 30 degrees can cause leaf scorching, while temperatures above 30 degrees Celsius without humidity and what can cause the plant death. So ground temperature is 25 to 30 degrees are optimal for initial rhizome growth. Okay, so this is the map of spices in Indonesia. We can find in Indonesia we have the homeland of the spices island. So we can find around 7,000 type of spicy, a lot. We can find a lot. Even ginger in Java and ginger in Sulawesi will be different. And also many other area also and other spices also will be very interesting. So still we have a lot of topic for research for you. Just focusing on one, I think it's better for you as a bachelor degree for your thesis or scriptsy is you can take just one spices and then you're focusing on that spices and then you can explain how they grow or how they are farming practice for these spices, especially in Java, like in Yogyakarta. We have a lot here, Yogyakarta area and Central Java, and also in West Java here and East Java, Bali we can find, and Madura just cabe puyeng. Kalimantan is not so much, and then Kalimantan because Kalimantan area is forest, the primary forest, secondary forest, and production forest. It's a lot. Borneo is a home for biodiversity for the forest. Yeah, and Papua was a very interesting, and Maluku Utara. Maluku Utara is the one of the, how can I say, the jalur perdagangan is the trader path in the world. Is a very famous ones in the histories. Yeah. So not only the histories but also now. Yeah, this is the how Indonesia spices unroll the map of the world. So this is the Indonesian map before. So this is the Philippines and this is the Borneo, Kalimantan. So still unclear at the time who the anthropologists made the maps. And this is the Sulawesi and this is the Maluku. So this Maluku is a very famous for the jalur perdagangan for the traders paths in the world. So the ship come and bring the spices through the world and get a lot of money from the spices. So how important the spices in Indonesia still right now? So we have a lot of we have a dozen of spices and we have very good spices in the world. So according to this BPS, so Indonesia exported 148,222 tons of spices from January to November 2023. So amounting to 564.12 million US dollar, or approximately 8.78 trillion rupiah. So during the 2023 last year, while the volume increased by almost 30% year on year, and the value decreased by 4.16%. So key spices like pepper, vanilla, cinnamon, cloves, nutmegs, cardamom, ginger, and turmeric remain sold after globally. So this is a very interesting topics in Rempah. So okay, we going back to the topics. So this is my background questions of my research. So how may I want to know, because after this spices and jamu become famous and become commercialized, and we can enjoy and we can try, we can find jamu in anywhere in Indonesia. So the question is, so how many jamu sellers in Indonesia? This is the first questions I want to know, because no one record. I couldn't find jamu sellers in Indonesia. So how many percent, and where is the area of jamu sellers? So how long they have been existed, and when they started, and where the receipt come from? Because to make jamu itself, it's not like how can I say? It's not like just a normal receipt, but how can I say in English pronunciation? Receipt? Yeah, resep. in bahasa is resep. So like Enda said before, you try to make by yourself, to make your own recipe, or even you got recipe from YouTube and then something. But basically for jamu sellers, they are made by, they made jamu is by get recipe from from their parents and from their grandparents. And then sometimes if we trace long years ago, they get recipe from the ancestor. So each recipe is a very secret and very unique one. So sometimes each seller have different recipe. So different recipes. So that's why for you, for example, if you are the, can I say, the regularly consumers of the jamu, so you try the another jamu, you will not buy from the other sellers, because the recipe of the each jamu sellers is totally different. So this is the interesting. So where the area for selling jamu? So I want to know, where is the area for selling jamu for each jamu seller? So, and the last question is, jamu a promising income for their livelihood, especially for the woman? What are their challenges for the women and for their family members, for their livelihood in their life? So this is the basic question sets I want to know for the research. So this is the case study of Seruni Putih Woman Cooperative atau Koperasi Wanita di Kiringan, Bantul. So this is Desa Wisata Jamu Kiringan. So why this Jamu Kiringan or Desa Kiringan become a very wisata? Because the long history in 1950, 74 years ago, one person from Kraton Yogyakarta, after retired, they back to the village, and he tried to, he got a skill. Usually he served the Sultan to make jamu, but after retired, they back to the village and they made their own jamu and they sell to the community, and boom, and many people like to drink jamu, and then their neighbor, their families, their siblings in the village, one by one, they produce jamu, and now in 2024, nowadays, they have 132 jamu sellers. So it's a lot jamu sellers, and then yeah, this jamu sellers is from the ancestor, from the generation to generation, generation 1, generation 2, generation 3, and we trace to generation 4. So right now we still analysis for that generations and also for the long history for the past 74 years ago. But for this one, I would like to introduce you why I chose these places as a community woman cooperative. So the cooperative as one of the economic institution in Indonesia are different from the economic institutions. For your information, Indonesia had 127, 124 cooperative units in 2020. So women's cooperatives, on the other hand, are organizations formed to improve women's living standards by providing savings and business capital loans to help grow micro and also medium-sized economics. So the presence of women cooperative and to help improve the household economy and achieve gender equality by giving women the freedom to make decisions in economic activities in the various sectors in which they are involved. Yeah, so the objective of this study is to focus on women cooperative that produce jamu in the context of economy, which could offer economic opportunities for the locals. Yeah, this is the literature review according to study by Gears 1983. So Gears is one of the very famous researcher. So Clifford Geertz. So this is the book of Clifford Geertz. So some of you can see the camera of me, my face in this book. For agriculture evolution, the process of ecological change in Indonesia is a very famous researcher, Clifford Geertz, and his research is especially in Java. So Geertz already known that the cultural jamu in Java, cultural of Java is jamu from long time ago. So in 1983. So Purwaningsih research in 2013 later revealed that unlike the Javanese, the use of jamu in various regions and or ethnic groups in Indonesia had not been truly documented. So, however, jamu industry has grown in popularity because people increase interest in the qualities of herbal remedies for bodily immunity, particularly during the coronavirus pandemic in Indonesia. Like maybe we can find the industry like Sido Muncul or Marta Tilaar or many industry of jamu. Tolak angin is one of Sido Muncul. And the herbal drink is also very famous. And then at Agradaya in Yogyakarta, you are also famous for drink jamu. It's with the very good quality ones and with the good packaging. And of course, some of us, all of us, always consume the herbal drink, and we can buy it everywhere, even Indomart, Alfamart, Hypermart, and Superindo. We can find for the herbal drink industrial ones. So jamu is frequently criticized as unscientific and dismissed by the formal public health sector, but the study highlights the importance of understanding its role, the lives of many women. So the small jamu industry is closely related to the women's lives because according to the previous research, women make up most jamu users and most jamu sellers. So this is the methodology and data collection and analysis. So data collection involved in the interview. We do interview a lot with all jamu producer or jamu sellers in Kiringan village, and we discuss together with the focus group discussion, and then we ask anything, and we observe to their kitchen to see how they produce, to see how they are make, and to see what is their receipt, and also documents reviews. And the key informant included the village head, the leader of Seruni Putih Women Cooperative, and several cooperative members. Is also we asked deeply to understand the whole histories and also the whole villages, which is why they produce jamus for long histories. at least for 74 years. And SP leaders was interviewed about the cooperative history, current operation, challenges, and the future plans. So all data from interview and FGDs were transcribed and thematically analyzed. Verbatim discussion points were included to provide evidence supporting the findings. And this is the organization of Seruniputi. It's quite simple. There are one advisor, and then one supervisor and leaders, and also secretaries, treasurers, and also public relations. So this the organization of the woman cooperative is very helpful. So some of the jamu sellers also get help and get support from this cooperative. So the Seruni Putih Women Cooperative had about 110 members in 2014. Then 22 new members joined this cooperative at the beginning of 2015. So some of new members in the village come to the village, and then they learn how to make jamu, and then they joining and they make jamu producing jamu, and then they sell jamu in the surrounding areas. So now it has 132 members, and it's called administrator, the advisor, leader, secretary, public relations section, and also supervisor to organize its cooperative management. So they are classified according to the job test, age, gender, experience in jamu business, and also job description. So the Kiringan village transformed into the tourist village over time. The cooperative welcome visitors to herbs, gardens, and learn how to prepare herbal remedies through the various educational events. So some of you, if you want to try, if you want to see Jamu Kiringan, is a very close from UMY. It's just take 30 minutes to the village. So, but usually from at this time around 8 to 3 p.m. they are very busy, and they are spreading in surrounding areas. It depends on their transport. If they bring motorbike and then bring the kronjot and the basket to bring the bottles, maybe they can take more than 2 places. But if they took a bicycle, now that is some of 1, 2, or 3 places in the area. They can change the area of the selling jamu. And also if they only keep the bag, they will stay in the market. Usually very far away, they took the bus, or they took the bus. Yeah, they took the bus, and then they bring the backpack, not backpack, the basket and bag, and then bring to the market, and then they stay for 1 day until the jamu finish, and then they get back to their home in the village. So in addition, the cooperative constructed a library and carried out experiments to find ideas for processing jamu. So this initiative aimed to transform Kiringan village into a tourism village. So this is jamu gendong. It's popular traditional herbal drink in Indonesia, and the Seruni Putih Woman Cooperative has been playing a crucial role in preserving this cultural heritage. And the producer jamu are still relying on traditional recipes, with the several varieties of jamu drink available year-round and method passed down through generations. So this is usually if they use the bicycle, and if they use a motorbike. And this is by bicycle in the C pictures, and they use chopping with the right written in jamu gendong, and usually they wear traditional clothes. And but the unique ones, they don't use glass like I show you in the first slide or second slide in the beginning of this presentation. That jamu, they use glass, like transparent glass. You can see in the many area, but only in this village they still keep the traditional ones. So they use the biodegradable tools. It's made from the coconuts. How can I say? Coconut. I forgot. Yeah, but I will share. This one. Batok. Yeah, coconut from the coconut shells. Yeah, the English is shells, coconut shells. So the use of batok has existed in the village since the 1950s when the first producer of jamu gendong emerged in this village. Yeah, so this green one is to bring the bottles and the all materials. We call kronjot, and wearing a traditional hat called chopping. Okay, so what is their challenges? So they face many challenge. The advance of industrial jamu manufacturing, characterized by standardized production techniques and advanced marketing strategy, has created a too competitive environment for the traditional jamu artisans or jamu producer in Kiringan village. So traditional jamu producer also face substantial resource constraints. So this is most difficult because jamu, or they get the material of jamu like ginger and the turmeric, they get it from the market. But usually for the farmers of this kind of jamu materials, is very difficult to get a sustained production to supply to their jamu production. So they have limited access to high quality raw materials, reliable supply chains, and modern productions, and also the equipments. That is the challenge. So this is still possible for you to do some research or thesis scriptsy for your topics. And the demographic profile of traditional jamu producer in Kiringan village compound these challenges. So most artisans are elderly, so very old ones, with the average age of key member the Suruni Putih Women Cooperative being 55 years old. And then the younger generation, like you, saw the little interest in continuing the craft for making jamu, preferring other economic pursuits like they work in the factory, they work in the office, in the bank. But usually this now in the fourth generations, in the third, fourth generation, they are still face for the who will continue this traditional jamu. So jamu producer must negotiate a competitive market while complying with regulation that regulate herbal medicines. Female producer also face a dual challenge. They need to build trust with their clients who may have preference for female vendors due to the privacy concern, while also navigating the intricacies of production and distributions. Yeah, the last one, this is the last slide of this presentation, this is the conclusions. So traditional jamu production in Kiringan village represent a cultural rich, very rich and unique industry that has been passed down through generations. So usually some research who business run the business for this kind of business usually stop in the third generation, but in this business or in the local business for the jamu productions, they have been through passed down through generation to the fourth generation. So after this fourth generation, of course, the young generation is very difficult to continue this kind of keeping the traditional jamu practices. So the Seruni Putih Women Cooperative has been instrumental in preserving and supporting this traditional practice. However, the industries face significant challenges that threaten its sustainability, including intense competition from industrialized jamu producer, an aging workforce with a few young successors, and limited access to essential resources required to maintain product quality and also consistency. So I think to address these obstacles and ensure the preservation of this local wisdom, a comprehensive strategy is essential. And this strategy should harness the strengths of the Seruni Putih Women Cooperative and the resilience of the local community to overcome the industry's challenge. I think that's all for me. And then this is the reference. If you would like to see the reference, and you can take a photos, and then I can send you this PowerPoint in the presentation. So thank you very much for your attention. And remember, life should be like jamu. Yeah, although jamu face many challenges and is sometimes disliked by someone, like and the family's member. When the time comes, it's deeply rooted socially and provides beneficial to many people. This is our life should be. So keep going and go forward. And I hope you are a success and you can finish your study. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, doctor, for your speech. It's quite amazing speech. We know about the history of jamu from Keraton. For jamu seruni, it's from retired medicine from Keraton, and what kind of recipe composition of different about jamu. And yeah, maybe I never to drink jamu from batok ya. Yeah, it's quite interesting to know. Yeah, so yeah, maybe wanna take a picture for for doctor, maybe for us to open camera from all participants. Wait. For all participants, please turn on your camera, please. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. Once again. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, doctor, for your speech. Maybe we will move on to the Q&A session. Maybe
Sure.
all the participants can be active now. So please ask the question for the speaker today, the inspirational speaker today.
Yeah, I hope you can understand and can listen carefully what I speak in English. So I'm sorry with the poor English. Okay.
Maybe have any question from the speaker? Yeah, maybe I will mention Miss Octavia Anggraini. She make a jamu by myself and also plant the lemongrass, turmeric and ginger. It's very easy. It's maybe jamu. So maybe for the University Sultan Dahlan Shah Adibah, I never tried jamu before, so, doctor. So if anyone have any question for the topic, maybe we will just give you space to question, or just raise your hand in the Zoom meeting, or maybe just write it into the chat book. So please. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe doctor, the healthy culture drinking herbal medis from Indonesia is traditional from the old until now for Indonesian people. So it's about the jamu business is going to modern style now, and it's thing to learn it, doctor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I think this is should be kind of very big topic for the several years later. I mean, for the following years, because jamu you can find in many areas, right? So even you can do this analysis for it in your hometowns, in your the area. So you can trace where is the materials come from. This is the important things. So where they get the materials, especially ginger and the turmeric and all the materials for many jamu. So this kind of sustainability, the market is still unclear. Market for jamu is still unclear. For example, if you want to make tempe is easy, right? Tempe, of course, ayam geprek, ayam geprek is we know the market where to buy chicken, where to buy chili, but itself is still unclear. The market where to buy ginger, and where is the farmers how to grow the ginger or turmeric or number of the sweet ginger number. Yeah, that is need at least 8 months to 10 months, minimum 1 year to get this kind of one. So the for this business we need 3S. 3S: safe, stable, and sustainability. So at first we know this is my team leader from Tokyo University of Agriculture said to us about these 3S. So at first should be safe. Safe means what? Safe means the production is from the farmers is safe. We get the supply from the farmers and in the market is safe. And stable is the production is stable, not like not like just planting today and then next year not planting again, or today is collecting but next year not collecting again. Usually this kind of ginger is wild, very wild. We can find it everywhere in the forest, even though in the area of Kulon Progo, even though Yogyakarta area is the land of lot of ginger. So the last one is sustain. How this produce, how this jamu business can sustain in the future. So in this jamu Kiringan village, we trace already passed down through generation for 4 generations. So I'm wondering now, because the younger generation, they don't want to continue to keep this traditional jamu, not like in the second generation and the third generation when they were 15 years old, 20 years old, and then they just, oh, okay, I will continue this traditional jamu. But recently in the 4th generation to the 5th generations, they don't want, because they got the knowledge, they get skill, and then they just work outside in the factory, in the office, or in the bank, or even some of them working as the security or something. But yeah, as an employee. But no one continue for this to keep these traditional activities, traditional job one. So yeah, I think this is one of topic interest, how we can keep this jamu traditional, with especially with the batok.
That's batok. Yeah.
You should try.
I never try drinking with the batok. I mean, maybe it's for the glass is usual, but use batok is quite interesting, doctor. But yeah, you mentioned it's a good business. I think yeah, it's a so good business, yeah, for traditional jamu. Until now, it's a good business, doctor.
Yeah, someone raise the hand, moderator.
Yeah, Assalamualaikum, Doctor. So I'm from Malaysia. Regarding the sustainability of the business, the jamu business, it seems that the younger generations of the producers didn't want to continue their family trade. I would like to know how about the acceptance or the preferability of younger generations in Indonesia toward jamu itself. I mean the consumer, the younger generations that the consumer, do they still prefer jamu as their traditional health supplement? Because before this, you said that the generations of the producer, but for the consumer, the younger generations, do they still prefer the jamu? Thank you,
Sure,
Doctor.
sure. Thank you very much for your question. It's a very interesting one. So yeah, this is can be one of topic research, how young people, especially student, preparation of the consumer as the young generation to drink jamu. But
Yeah.
usually who drink jamu is a woman because maybe more than 50% is woman because is woman have a very have a lot of treatments, especially when in the period each month, and also pregnant, or even to have a baby, and then they need to keep the milk from the mother. So how they produce it, this is a belief of the Javanese people. So for every day they drink jamu, especially for one woman. This is not always talk about the old one, but the woman, even young or old. Young before married also they need to drink jamu, become health, and also good for their, what can I say, good for their body inside, and also after period, right? Period maybe around how many years old? Maybe in elementary school, fifth grade, sixth grade. After that,
Okay.
they already drink jamu a lot. So if we talk about young generation, the woman is already drink. But for the men, they drink jamu like me. Me is including young generation or old generation. maybe maybe I'm still in the middle, not young but not too old. But I drink jamu because I would love to drink jamu because I love ginger, especially ginger. So this is one of vitamin for me to get the energy after a lot of activities in the whole day, after in the morning to the evenings. So drinking jamu is a very good to get the energy back to me, and then I can sleep very well. And then tomorrow we can continue the next day. I mean, the next day we can continue the activities. But according to the now recently market in Indonesia, I talk about the recent market. Some they have a jamu business, but they use soda. This soda is happening, but actually, I cannot say that this is nandaro. The original jamu is disappearing. The recipe. So I know some young generation like to drink soda because the jamu taste is very strong, right? So with soda, the jamu taste is become light and become more attractive for the young taste. Like in UGM, Universitas Gajah Mada, I found some jamu shop. They bring they make jamu with soda, but actually that is not jamu. So it's just soda with the herbal. Mm. So yeah, but very young, very much student like to drink uh, kind of things like coffee. Coffee also is a very nice, right? But original coffee, younger generation, they don't like. They like coffee with milk, coffee with gula aren, coffee with nandaro, and many things. Coffee with matcha or coffee with, and become the sweetest one they like. See, this is the market of young generation. But I think this is one of the challenge of us as academic and also the researcher to socialize and to inform the value and the novelty of the original of jamu. So this is the important things. What is the original taste of jamu? What is the original or traditional jamu we should introduce? So we cannot ignore, or we cannot uh, just throw away this knowledge. So this is a very important thing to keep the cultural. So yeah, if soda coming we want to make a jamu Coca-Cola. So this is not
You
not
mean
not
that maybe it's the effort, their effort to make jamu fancier than before to attract young people?
yeah. So sorry, I couldn't hear. Sorry, once again.
Effect of jamu
Is it
for young
like
people.
their effort to make jamu fancier, more fancy than before
Yeah, yeah,
to
yeah,
attract
yeah,
young people, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Because the market is like that. No, recently.
Uh, okay. Thank you,
But I
Doctor.
don't
Thank you so
agree
much.
at this moment.
Yeah,
So
all
that's
right.
why to keep this value of the traditional jamu is very important.
Yes, the authenticity of the recipe.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank
Okay,
you for
thank
your
you,
question.
Adiba.
Very nice.
Yeah. Okay, so Doctor, we have any question from the room chat. It's from Muhammad Nabil Ada from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
Yeah.
How has the Seruni Putih Women Cooperative approach to traditional jamu production impact to the local community, especially in Yogyakarta?
What kind of impact?
Yeah, what kind of effort
This is what I do research. So now I'm focusing on the change of the transportation because jamu gendong is also novelty of traditional jamu. They bring jamu and with gendong. But recently, after the globalizations, after they use motorbike, no jamu gendong anymore. Not gendong, just they put the basket in the motorbike.
Yes, not gendong anymore again.
So this is also one of the novelty of jamu gendong. So yeah. But now I'm considering if they use motorbike, of course they need to maintain their motorbike. Of course they need to buy the gasoline, right? They need to, of course, change oil every,
Yeah, 3 months maybe.
yeah, if they use a lot, 3 months, 5 months, right? So they need to take care of their motorbike, and then maintenance is very expensive. So now I'm considering they get a lot of some income, not a lot, some income from jamu, but they also expand more for their transportations. So so these transitions of jamu production, traditional of jamu in Kiringan village is now still in analyzing. So, but my hypothesis is if they use motorbike and to selling jamu, they can get more area, a lot of area compared with jamu gendong. Of course, jamu gendong maybe in only in the several areas, only one or two because walking and bring the basket is very heavy in the back, and then maybe the wider market is very less not so wide market. But if they use motorbike, they can get more wide consumers and more rich more areas in the districts, especially in the how can I say Keng Nandaro, province, province Yogyakarta area. So now we are still analyzing, but they are very impactful for the economics. Why I can say this impact because many some jamu sellers can bring their children to the university and bring their children to go to Japan, to Korea. They work as employee in the Korea, in Japan, also get remittance. So jamu sellers is a very good income for the women especially. And their husband and their family, they still keep the rice productions for the self-consumptions. So this combining between rice, paddy fields, and also jamu producing is a very good balance livelihood activities to keep for their sustainability.
Okay. Thank you for your explanation. Maybe for Muhammad Nabil Ada, if any question more about the impact of the community, especially in Yogyakarta. maybe I have a question. How sustainability of the material of jamu in there?
In there?
Yeah.
In Bantul. So in
Yeah, in Bantul.
Bantul now they only get the market from
Yeah,
Bantul market.
yeah,
Imogiri. Do you know Imogiri market?
yeah. I know
Yeah,
Migiri.
Imogiri market. They get it from Imogiri market, and then I check the market, and then the market is come from to what is the village name? I forgot. Yeah, in the north of Imogiri, in the east Imogiri, in the part of the mountain near itu makam raja-raja. Makam Raja. So the grave of the kingdom ancestor, very famous one in Imogiri.
I forget the name.
Yeah, Makam Raja-Raja, Makam Raja Imogiri. So in that near that place, it's in the mountainous areas, a lot of forest, and the farmers we found that a lot of materials or ginger, kapulaga, and
Kapulaga is production there, yeah.
yeah, but not so much, not so much. Some of farmers they sell to the head of Seruni Putih, leader of Seruni Putih, but of course that is not enough for the production, for the oil production. But so they still buy from the market, which is the source or the trace is still unclear where these materials come from. I don't know, maybe from Gunung Kidul, is from Kulon Progo or Provojo. So this is still we continuing the research for this topic. So about the sustainability of production of the materials. I think the demand of jamu producer in the village is a lot, very much. So if we can match the demand and supply in the market, we can meet directly with farmers to keep this jamu production sustained.
Anyway, and the form maybe the competition for selling jamu competition nih from Seruni Putih
Competition.
from the other competitor jamu.
Yeah.
Have you any research from that?
Yeah, I had no, I cannot say that the competition, but in the jamu, they are practition with the jamu, focusing on jamu. They have a lot of events, they some, of course, so a lot of now jamu production with a good quality, good packaging. Of course, some of you also here, the student can make jamu if you are interested. If you are interested with this jamu, but my focusing on traditional jamu, so not like jamu with the younger generation taste, but I want to keep the original
taste.
original taste and the traditional taste, and this is what I want to keep. So that's why I do this research, and then I want to keep this recipe, and I want to make this value and novelty to bring this traditional jamu globally.
Okay, it's such an interesting topic, yeah, doctor. So if anyone have any question to the Dr. Cahyo Wisnu Rubianto, we have a long session for the Q&A session. Don't be afraid to question.
For sure, yeah. I still have how many minutes until 9:30, right?
Yeah, and then 9:30.
Yeah, I think some of you here you can talk to me. It's okay if you cannot speak in English. In Bahasa is also fine. Yeah, this good. I want to make a good discussion like before student from Malaysia. That is very nice questions.
So please, all the participants, have any question or wanna make a discussion with us for this topic? Yeah, I think jamu from there is so authentic, yeah. dokter ya. From jamu, from Seruni Putih, it's a quality jamu, is so authentic. Maybe someone have any question for this discussion? Use a chat book or just raise your hand in the Zoom meeting.
Maybe I will show you some at the map.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you can talk. I'm preparing the map.
Maybe doctor, would you like to share your presentation
Oh,
in the
sure,
room
sure.
chat? Yeah, so our participant can know more about your presentation.
Please wait. Mana ya? Ini kan?
Yeah, it's open to map for people's size of.
So yeah, anybody want to have a questions? So I think this is a very good time to discuss.
Okay, guys. For the participant, if you have any question, just use the room chat or just raise your hand. We will go discuss. You can go. You can use bahasa if you cannot use English.
So this today, the first day of conference, how many hours? How many classes? How many keynote speaker for today, moderator?
Today we have
5?
Yeah, we have 5 speakers today. So for the first is from doctor.
Yeah.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. After that, it's from Simani University.
Yeah.
Okay, doctor. Yeah, we have a question in here in the room chat
Yep.
from Lizam. What ways has the Seruni Putih Women Cooperative managed to preserve traditional jamu recipe and production technique amidst modern influence?
Yeah. It's good. What ways has
Ways.
Seruni Putih woman managed? Not Seruni Putih. Seruni Putih
Oh,
is
sorry.
cooperative. Seruni Putih is cooperative, but recipes or recipe it's owned by each jamu sellers. So Seruni Putih has 132 jamu sellers. So each jamu sellers has different recipe. Different recipe. I don't know is how to pronounce recipes. Recipe. Yeah. So I think production technique amidst modern influence. Of course, the modern influence is a lot, but no one adopt for the modern influence or technologies because of the lack of financial, the lack of assets or capitals, right? And they preserve traditional jamu from their parents or their grandparents. Usually, they know already how to make jamu, their recipe. For example, in one cases, they have their own jamu. How they cut the ginger, for example, how they threw away the ginger, or some of them they use that kind of baby. I don't know how to say. One part of the ginger they bring to boil it, but some cases in some recipe they threw away that part of ginger because they believe this make jamu is much more tasty. So that kind of recipe, how they cut, how they clean, how they boil, how they mix and match, and between liter water and how many grams of kilograms of the materials and the many they combines with different ways of the knowledge. So this is basically local knowledge of the each producer or each jamu seller. So we can now we trace about this one. We trace how they produce jamu, what is their recipe. Actually, they open for the recipe. Everyone can ask, everyone can do, but for example, each seller A and seller B they have different recipe, but seller A tell to seller B, okay, this recipe is a good, but seller A is keep their own belief. Oh no, my recipe is very good because this is from my parents, from my grandparents, so they still keep. So no, each jamu seller have their own beliefs on the recipe. So this is a very important for us to record what is the recipe in details. I think this is need to be researched. If we look at the jamu herbal drink in the Indomart, Alfamart, of course they are in the same recipe, right?
Yeah.
Same ingredients, same
Agree.
recipe, how many sugar, how many grams. They are will the same. The taste will be same, of course. But in traditional jamu, the taste itself is very different of each jamu seller. That's why consumer like me only love one jamu sellers. just just believe and trust one jamu sellers usually. So the area that they control, the jamu sellers control the area, for example the complex or the area of housing area, residential area. The residential area only believe on that first jamu sellers come to this area. If the other jamu sellers come to the area, maybe they don't believe, they don't want to buy because the taste is only recognize one recipe. If they change the other jamu sellers, maybe the taste will be different. So this is the different things. So the next questions.
Yeah, maybe it's from Sakusa Elvi Ramadhani from UIN Sakusario. Just Elvi Ramadhani from
Okay.
UIN. Yeah, it's how to cut the market change of the traditional product because many market players play and how is your solution to regarding this?
This is always problem in Indonesia. Maybe Elvi Ramadhani know about this. I'm actually not specialty in the area, but I will be specialty in the area. So actually my master and my doctoral degree, my focusing research in Laos. Laos is also producing a lot of this herbal and spices in the forest. But of course, in the Southeast Asian countries, in the developing countries, the market chain, and the supply chain is a lot. There are tengkulak, pengepul kecil, pengepul besar, distributor, agen, apa-apa ya kan. And then what else? A lot. So the solution itself, I think, from the beginning, we need to trace the how big the each producer need the kind of the materials, and then what and how big the farmers produce, and then this is about the supply and demand, and how this sustainability of each farmer. So we need to find the to make this sustain between the jamu producer and also the farmers of empon-empon, farmers of empon-empon, yeah, like that. We need to trace and we need to record the data so we can we can we can make this more sustainable, because some of farmers, they don't want to focusing on grow the ampon-pon or ginger or something, because the money is not so much. They don't get a lot of income from that cultivations. So that's why ampon-pon always in the number 10 or number 12 or number 20, number 100 for their income source as the farmers. So farmers, they prefer to cultivate rice, cultivate corn or maize, right? And grow nuts. That is more profitable for the farmers. But for growing ampon-ampon itself, this is challenging for the farmers. So please help for this research.
Thank you, Doctor, for your explanation. Maybe we go to the last question of this topic. From Fatur Rahman, is from UMKT. How does the effectiveness of traditional herbal medicine or jamu compare to that of a modern pharmaceuticals? I don't cannot spell it, in treating chronic disease.
Yeah, it's good. The effectiveness. This is effective. Anyway, about our health. Usually in the psychology, we believe what is our thinking in our minds usually, and what is your belief. If you believe you are healthy, then you become health. If you are believe that you cannot fight with your disease, and then you will get sick, and your health will become down and down. So basically in beliefs. So that's why people with the religion and with the beliefs is very important for mind. Okay, I'm strong. Okay, I'm healthy. I'm okay. So this is the first thing of the medicine. And I have a friend with the social planner. She is the leader of Rumah Harapan Indonesia. That Rumah Harapan Indonesia is to help for the disease with the no abnormal disease that medicine cannot help. That cannot help. Sometimes doctor and hospital give up. This is cannot help. We don't know how to help this one. And then my friend, the socialpreneur, you can search Valencia Mikeranda. So Valencia Mikeranda is one of my friend, and she is the one of the inspirations woman in Indonesia, number 5. Now recently I got the news today. Oh, Valencia Mikeranda, they believe with the team. Valencia Mikeranda and the team believe that happiness is the best medicine. So the happiness, and I got the story that children with the abnormal disease, they always talk. The team always make them happy, make them talk, and even though they cannot talk, they cannot see, but they still talking with them and get a positive mind that you are great, that you are grateful, and then will get healthy every day. And then after 8 months, finally the cancer in the bones get dismissed, missing away. So and the doctor just asked to Valencia, what you did to these children? And then no, we just talking and then we just asking and then we just singing together even though they cannot talk anymore. So this is inspire me that herbal medicines also like that. Local people, especially Indonesia and Java, they believe on herbal drink. Even they don't believe to the doctor.
Yeah, even they don't believe with that.
Right? So they just, oh, okay. I believe I only drink ginger. I only make by themselves daun siri, ginger, anything, and they drink a bonbon, and they believe for themselves. And then, oh, I'm okay, I'm great, right? So they don't go to the doctor. So what is the effectiveness? So the effectiveness, all is effective. I can say all is effective. Herbal drink or medicine from the hospital, from the doctor, all is effective. But the most effective is our mind. If we believe what we drink, what we consume, then we can be a good one for the medicine for our body. Yeah, and now pharmacy, of course, the pharmacy or adopt some local knowledge from the herbal like jamu and anything. So that's why they produce some medicine also from the herbal one. Yeah, so that I told you before in my presentation. So in my presentation, I said before. Where is that? Ini, this one. Jamu is moderator. You can see this slide.
Yeah, we can see the slide.
Jamu is frequently criticized, unscientific, and dismissed by the formal public health sector.
It's about trust, I think.
Of course, Jamu, some criticize, some doubt. Really, or this is healthy, or this is hygiene, or this is a good one for the health. Sometimes this because the unscientific one. So this local wisdom should be scientific by the research. So that's why the pharmacists or should be many pharmacists right now is researching this local wisdom or local knowledge, how this can be proof that the jamu is effective for the public health. I think that is one of the challenges also if you are students from the pharmacies or from the experts, from the doctor. So in case of me, I'm capturing this jamus is from the understanding the role in the lives of many women, especially in the rural development, how this jamu can improve their quality of life of the woman and for their family. This is what I want to raise and to keep this traditional method, traditional recipe, traditional taste. That is most important for me in this rural development. Thank you. I think that's
Thank you for your explanation, Doctor. It's so effectiveness, from trust from your body to know you will be great. Yeah, you will. Yeah, it's trusting for your body. It's a with you, Doctor, is quite interesting topic, and maybe I wish it can be inspire us more and add our knowledge better. So, for Doctor, if any question more and maybe want to discuss to the doctor, maybe you can give your contact person, Doctor.
Yeah, you can email me to cahyo.wisnu@umg.aceh.id.
Or you have any Instagram for any DMs?
Instagram, okay.
Yeah.
Instagram wah nih. Cayonly. Chayondi.
Yeah. You can write on the chat book maybe, doctor, if the author want to know more about you.
Sure.
And
Sure.
want to
I will
discuss
check
something
my
more.
Instagram on. Yeah, right now is a social media
Yeah,
generation.
social
So
media
everyone
generation. Yeah.
will
So
know Instagram. So yeah, thank you for.
okay. Thank you, doctor, for your time. Maybe we will move on.
Probably
The
please moderator. I want
yeah.
to show some
Okay. Yeah.
some. This is I just get login for the map.
Okay. Let's.
Maybe 1 minute.
Okay.
1 minute to share my Google Maps. So can you see this map?
Okay. It's opening.
Now open the map.
Yeah. We open the map.
Now you can see the map.
Okay.
Yeah, you see the love symbol in the map.
Wow, it's a lot of love symbol.
Lot of love symbol, right?
Yeah.
And do you see this star symbol?
Yeah.
This is a Jammu village.
Oh.
So this love symbol means the spreading area of Jammu sellers.
Wow,
So we have more than 300 points.
Wow.
300 points around Bantu
district.
Yeah, from the village, they spreading away to the old regency in Bantul. Their traditional jamu. So, yeah, this is a very interesting one. So I think this should be uh, should be followed by the other village to keep the traditional jamu and spreading this traditional jamu in other regencies. So yeah, this is just I want to share that a lot of uh, points the area of the spreading from the village to the kind of area. Sometimes we can find in Gunung Kidul also around here. So this Gunung Kidul here and the right side and here, that is they bring them motorbike to sell this jamu in the area.
Wow, it's so amazing.
So now we are still under analysis of this topic.
Okay. Yeah.
That's all.
It's quite interesting jamu business in now in modern style like now. Doctor, for your time on for day, maybe that's in Cahya, and maybe we're gonna move on to the next interesting topic. So yeah, I will give you pleasure to welcoming our special guest speaker. She is an assistant professor from Shima University, Japan. PhD from United Graduate School of Agriculture Science from Iwate University, Japan. So please welcome Dr. Rosalia Natalia Selegi. Oh yeah. For waiting for the next speaker, if maybe any participant want to share their experience. Oh yeah. It's all me.
Hello?
It's okay. You can
Yeah.
hear me?
Yes. Could you hear me? Could you hear my
Yeah.
voice?
We can hear you, doctor. So yeah, today we will talking about topic factor affecting farmhouseless succession in Magokato district, Yogyakarta provinsi, Indonesia. Yeah, it's maybe interesting topic because the average of houseland is of farming is rarely industrial from Indonesia. Maybe today we will have a speaker from Dr. Rosalia. I will call
Okay.
you Dr. Anseli? Okay.
Yes, you can call me Dr. Rosa. Oh, and you can also call me Rosa Sensei, also possible.
Oh, Rosa Sensei, yeah.
Mr. Moderator, Rosa Sensei is one of Jamu research member.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Please, moderator, give me a minute. I want to change my background.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait for the background. Okay, Doctor, you have 15 minutes for your presentation, Doctor, and we will follow with a Q&A session.
All right. Wait a
So,
minute.
yeah.
In settings, background.
Yeah, it's quite interesting talking about houseland farming strategies.
Thank
Effective
you.
strategy, like successful farming, especially in Bantul, yeah, Doctor.
Yeah, so now I will share my presentation, but host disabled participant screen sharing. Could you
Okay, okay. Make
yeah
Doctor.
help me to
Yeah.
yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Chahyo, since a very interesting presentation about Jamu. I hope everyone also enjoyed his presentation. Okay, now I can. All right. Could you see my presentation file?
Presentation, Sensei.
Okay, good. And then wait a minute. All right. So I will do like a moderator said, maybe I will do the presentation for about 30 minutes and then
15 minutes, 50 minutes.
yeah, about 30 minutes, right? Okay. So thank you very much for this opportunity to be here and then to present about my recent research with the title Factors Affecting Farm Household Succession, Margokaton Village, Sleman District, Yogyakarta Province. So before I present my presentation, I will do a little bit the self-introduction. So my name is Rosalia Natalia Seleki, and then you can call me Rosa. And my field study is especially in agricultural economics and also farm business management. And I graduated from Gajah Mada University before in Indonesia at the Faculty of Agriculture 2011 to 2015. And then I continued to pursue my master degree to Japan. And then I became a research student and continued to become a master student at Yamagata University, Japan. After that, I continue to pursue my doctoral program at the United Graduate School of Agriculture Sciences in Iwate University, Japan until 2022. After that, I applied for searching the job in Japan at the time, and then luckily I got accepted in Shimane University as an assistant professor. And my hobby is maybe similar like everyone here, like traveling, taking pictures, reading, watching movies, and so on. And then during my master degree and my PhD degree in Japan, I studied about the farmers' regeneration, or it is also known as farm succession, and about the retirement of the farmers, especially in the Southeast Asian farmers' situation. So without any further ado, let's get started to my contents. I have 3 chapters. The first one about introduction, and then the second one, I will explain to you briefly about in the research of factors affecting farm household succession in agricultural occupations. And also the last one, this is what I learned in Japan when I was the student about the community farming. The first one, the chapter 1, about the introduction, I will tell you a little bit story about the structural changes and current situation of farm succession in Indonesia and agricultural land policy in Indonesia. So as you can see here, there is a lot of data. First, let's see the figure 1. In here, you can see the because Indonesia in 2017 until 2018 become the world's top 5 rice producers. And then this data will show you the production of the rice, especially in the million metric tons. You can see here that the Indonesia is the number 3 from the China, India, Bangladesh, and Vietnam countries. And then in figure 1.2, you can see the Indonesian provinces where most rice is produced in 2017. You can see here there are 5 places of the provinces in Indonesia that has the contribution for about 60% of the total national for the rice production. It came from South Sumatra and then West Java. For the Java island itself, there are 3 places, which are West Java, Central Java, and East Java. Wait a minute. I will use the pointer. Okay, so you can see here, there are West Java, Central Java, and East Java. And after that, in here, from the Sulawesi Island, it came from the South Sulawesi. But the contribution from the agricultural sector itself is only about, from the GDP, was about 13.7%. And then there is a phenomena that also happened in Indonesia. You can see from this figure 1.3, the composition of farmers according to age group makes the increasing of elder farmers followed by the decreasing of young farmers. And it is also not only happening in Indonesia, but also in a lot of countries around the world. After that, from the data statistics of Indonesia, it is also found that there is the richest number of young people in agriculture sector, from 40.61 million farmers in 2004 to 39.96 million people. For about 10 years, there is a decreasing, even though it is just a small amount, but still there is a decreasing. I'm sorry if my environment a little bit noisy because I'm working from home, so please pardon me. And then next, I will show you the figure of 1.4 here, the percentage of agricultural labor by age group. From this data, I will explain briefly. Here, there is the decreasing of young people involved in the agricultural sector per year by 3.2% since 2007 to 2011. And then up until now, still there is a decreasing of these young people who involved in this agricultural sector activity. And the lack of government participation to advance the agriculture sector also makes this lack of agriculture skill for young people who wish to join or involve in agriculture sector. And this phenomena or this situation also can cause the delay of management of farm succession in Indonesia because of the low level of farmers' education, and then also lack of technology, high cost of agriculture inputs, land conversion, and fragmentation. Especially for the fragmentation here, mostly it is because of the inheritance legal system in Indonesia. So based on the previous studies, there are 3 common inheritance legal system in Indonesia. The first one about the customary or adat inheritance law, and then the second one, Islamic inheritance law, and the third one, Western inheritance law. Okay, that's about the percentage of agriculture or labor in Indonesia that show us there is a shortage in agricultural labor, especially in Indonesia. Now let's take a look for the figure 1.5 here, the distribution of farmers' income in agricultural activities. So from this figure, we can see that 25% of the farmers' income came from the paddy crops. But the average of agriculture income from food crops, this include the paddy crops, in farm households was about 12.4 million Indonesian rupiah per year. So this is very small income.
Kayak lagi libur ya kuliah nggak?
Kuliahnya masuknya tanggal
Okay.
Sorry? 6 September berarti.
Sorry?
kemarin aku pengen nemenin aku tidur.
Hello?
Okay. Sorry, Sensei, for the
Yeah?
yeah.
Sure.
That maybe you gonna stop.
Okay,
Okay.
I will continue.
Yeah, we'll continue. Okay.
And then that's the story about the structural changes, especially in the farm succession and why it happened in Indonesia. Now I will show you the agricultural land policy in Indonesia. So the first, please take a look at this table 1.1, the number of farm households by farm size. So we can see here that for the last 10 years, the farmers in Indonesia, especially, they can manage the farmland like for about 55.9% of the smallholder farms in Indonesia, managing less than 0.5 farm size in Indonesia, or we can say that they are smallholder farmer, as it is also known the petani gurem in Indonesian language or local language, petani gurem. So a lot of petani gurem or the peasant farmers in Indonesia still exist until now. And in table 1.2, we can see the distribution of farm households based on the land ownership. You can see here there are several land acquisitions that exist in Indonesia. There are the first inheritance land, and then purchase land, given land, government land, and others. And I found the data from the Java Island and also outside of Java Island of the distribution from land in Indonesia. And in Java Island itself, the very highest presentation of the land ownership came from the inheritance farmland. So it is about more than 66%. While even though the farmland in Indonesia is still small, and then a lot of the peasant farmers or smallholder farmers still exist, but government support is always continue for the rice farming since 1970 until now. For example, the famous one that you may be familiar already with it, Green Revolution. And also there is this organic farming support that we called Organic Indonesia. And then also there is a BRIA or Better Rice Initiative Asia, Better Rice for the Better Life. For the recent policy of farmland itself, there is the strategic plan of agriculture from 2009 to 2014 about the maintaining and achieving self-sufficiency of 5 strategic commodities that had been the priority, for example, especially for the rice. And then government also launched the law for the to protect and empower the farmers, which they will give the agricultural land for the maximum 2 hectares for farmers who do not own land and have worked on the land at least for 5 years. Indeed, this policy of the farmland can give the great hope for young farmers to acquire the farmland, but the purpose itself is just to improve the wealth of the farmers. It is not specific to young farmers yet. And this is the several literature review that I use for this presentation about the influence of socio-demographic, economic, and social factors on family farm succession, which is can have the positive or negative influence on farm succession. And then there is the transfer of farm management from Bohak and Arrington. This is about the succession process that generally take several years and follows the different patterns depends on the farm households. This process also referred to as the succession ladder. As successors grow older, more tasks or more responsibility and decisions are delegated. And then there is also the retirement decision and the aging of rural communities, which here the process will happen simultaneously to the farm succession itself. And therefore, the timing of retirement and involved decision making are closely linked to the succession. And this is another literature review of previous studies about the factors affecting the household succession in agricultural occupation, especially in Thailand. From these previous studies, the marital status, household agriculture work experience, number of household agricultural laborers, farmers who experience problems with agricultural resources, the attitudes towards the agricultural occupation itself strongly affect the farm succession in Thailand. But what about in Indonesia? So later I will show you. And this is about my research site. So why I choose this area? I choose Java Island and Yogyakarta province, especially in Sleman district, because these islands are mostly found with the food crops and characterized by agriculture and has the typical production activity in central Java. This Sleman district area also has the highest wetland area of Padi, enough source of water for irrigation, and the farmers, they can crop the rice for 3 times a year. While for the horticulture crops, the farmers will crop in areas where irrigation water is available during the dry season. However, in this area, still there is the phenomena of decreasing the number of farm households for the last 10 years. You can see the data here. And then this figure in 1.6 will show you the type and sequence of rice cropping. The major types of rice cultivation are 80% in the irrigated gray, 80% irrigated with the gray color here, rice. So this is the gray color here is irrigated farming system. And then for the white color here, the farmers use the rain-fed farming system. So still conventional or traditional. And the cropping sequence itself varies from 1 to 3 crops per year. So for example, rice and secondary crops. Secondary crops here like maize and then horticulture crops like vegetables, chili, and so on. For example, here it's soybean, rice, maize, or rice. Oh, here, rice, maize, etc. This study area, this is very important information that this study area was located near the urban area, so the people can easily access non-agricultural jobs. Okay, now let's get into my main results. So my research objective is to identify the factors affecting farm household succession. And this is my research methods that I used for this study. So I collected the data through the interview and questionnaire surveys in 2020. So this is fortunately, before the corona happened, the COVID pandemic happened in Indonesia. So at the time, I went home from Japan just to collect the data in February to March for about 1 month. And my target sample are the rice farmers in the one village. The total samples are actually 99 farmers, but I selected like 82 farmers with the children older than 15 years for this relevant study. And I used the quantitative and qualitative descriptive analysis to analyze my data collection. I used the binary logistic regression model with the dependent variable here. One as if the farmers have identified a successor, and 0 if the farmers have not identified a successor. After that, I used the marginal effect to determine the increasing or the decreasing probability of farm succession at the farmer's level. And this is the hypothesis of this study. The internal factors of farmers, such as the age, education, income of crops farming, experience in farming, main job of farmers' children, farmland, productivity of crops farming, number of family labor, and hired labor, significantly influence the farm household succession in agricultural occupation. And I have the 10 independent variables here that I use for the data analysis. This is the first results of my study about the characteristics of farm households in the study area. From this table, I will show you briefly about the age of the farmers. So most of the farmers in farm households with a potential successor, there are 23 farmers that already have identified the successors itself or the potential successors, but they were in the non-productive age category with the age of more than 65 years old. And then for the farmers without potential successors, there are 59 farmers that answered they still not sure or they have no potential successor for the future. And in here you can see that from the farm household with potential successor, there are several family labor engaged in agriculture persons. For example, more than 2 persons in here, and then without potential successor, only less than 2 family labor engaged in agriculture here. Okay, and I will continue to the next result about the sources of farm household income. From here, under the sharecropping system, the landowner and tenant share harvest about 50-50. So in this area, the farmland areas are mostly use the practice of inheritance farmland and then purchase farmland, fixed rent, and sharecropping. So sharecropping here use the system of 50-50 between the landowner and the tenant share harvest mostly. As for the fixed rent contracts involve an advance cash payment to the landowner, and fixed rent was the dominant tenure arrangement in farm household with a potential successor here, 0.36 hectare, while in farm households without a potential successor was sharecropping 0.37 hectare. But the total income of farm households with a potential successor was lower than the agriculture income of farm household without a potential successor. And this is the result of my main result actually about the factors affecting farm household succession. So before I got the result, I did the first test to test my analysis, the statistical test of model here from table 2.5 show that overall logistic regression models generated from the analysis are useful to predict the probability of farmers having a successor because it is significant influence and the model is fit and also accurate. So the results show that the independent variables that have the significantly influenced farm household succession were the farmer's age, the farmers' children with non-agricultural jobs, farmland areas, and the number of family labor. So in here, the results show us that the older the farmers, the tendency of these farmers to have a successor increased by 0.9%. And then for the farmers' children who have non-agricultural jobs would decrease the probability of farmers to have successor for about more than 62%. And then this one, more than 62%, significant. And for the farmland areas, if the farmers have a large farm size, the chance of farm succession in farm household would decrease by 12.3% compared to those with a small farm size. It is because most farmers believe that passing the farmland or transfer the farmland to all those with the inheritance rights within the family was the best way to maintain the farm in the farm households. and the chance of succession in agricultural occupation would increase to 33.3% if the farm households have more than one family labor member. See, this is the summary of my result. So the farmer's age, in line with the previous studies, the elder farmers show a stronger tendency to have a successor. While for the farmers' children who have non-agricultural jobs, the job opportunities are also related to the influence on farm household succession. A study of rice-producing villages in Indonesia did indeed find the migration. The farmland areas, although very or extremely small, farmers still have very high probability to have the successor. It resembles a succession pattern that described as keeping the name on the farmland by lobby. And the number of family labor itself, family labor has a great positive effect on farm succession, especially in farm households. Usually, in the study area especially, the farmers' children will help their parents on the farm as an additional family labor. And this research study already published in the Journal of Rural Society and Economics. But this is the Japanese local journals. So, but I thought no, I think you can find the abstract from this Journal of Rural Society and Economics. I'm not sure you can download the full paper, but at least you can read the abstract in more detail. Now I will share with you about what I learned in Japan to solve the problem of this farm succession. So as I mentioned before, that not only in Indonesia, but I think in Malaysia, in Vietnam, in Thailand, and also in Japan, they're also facing this phenomena of aging farmers, followed by the decreasing of people who involved in agriculture. So it makes the agricultural labor, especially in developed country like Japan, which also has the depopulation, very challenging because they not only got the phenomena of aging farmers, but also they face the problem of labor shortage, extreme labor shortage. So in Japan, actually the establishment of community farming itself already exists in 1960s around. And this is just a little bit history of community farming. So in former days, a shortage of labor in busy farming seasons like harvesting or like transplanting was solved regionally or collectively. I think this is almost similar like in Indonesia now. And farm households in a community exchange labor for work that was difficult to handle by a single household, such as rice planting, weeding, and so on. They will do the exchange of labor on a mutually equal basis, or it is also called like reciprocal community relationship. In Japanese, we call it yui. And this is the several documentation or picture from Japan in the past, a few years, a long time ago. And then the cooperative work in 1960 here drastically decreased. So in the village, people not working to each other again. The advancement or the mechanization in agricultural production after that came around that year. So the labor-intensive work has diminished. It caused the government to think and to consider on how to solve this problem of labor shortage. So in 2007, the government policy encouraged the organization of community farming to measure for stabilizing income, especially in paddy field management. The target of government support, especially for the provision of subsidies, is the first for those who already got the certificate or certified individual farmers with the farmland more than 4 hectares, and then community-based farming. This is for the farm size that they can manage more than 20 hectares, in which residents in a community conduct farming jointly by mutually helping each other. And I have one example from the case of community-based farming in Murakisawa Farm in Yamagata City, because I told you that I learned my master degree and PhD degree in the Yamagata University, especially here in the northern part of Japan, Yamagata Prefecture, close to Miyagi Prefecture. Sendai City is the big city close to the Yamagata. And then, yeah, this is Tokyo and this is Osaka. And then from this case of community-based farming in Murakisawa Farm, as many farm households are small scale in that area, it is necessary to put corporations in charge of the future of agriculture in regions where aging is progressing. And this community-based farming was established in April 2013 with the member 284 households, and they manage the land for about 146.5 hectare, with the paddy field rice about 25 hectare, and then soybean, wheat, and so on. And then they have a capital to establish this community-based farming for about 10.09 million yen. I'm not sure how many Indonesian rupiah here. Maybe you can calculate by yourself. And then at that time, there are 13 persons as the full-time employees in this community-based farming. So these activities in this community also have the purpose to promote local production for local consumption. For example, they make the homemade miso. Miso is like the what can I say, made from the soybean processing tofu and so on. And then especially for the Japanese people, every day they will eat this miso soup. So it's like a soup actually, but based on the miso paste. So this is like a daily consumption, daily foods for Japanese people consumption. So with the rice, and then there is a miso soup. And this community farming also have the soba noodle. Mugikiri soba noodle is the specialty of Yamagata. And you can see here, this is the rice, and this is the miso and soybean. And this one is the like umbi-umbian. I forgot. Okay, and this is the activity with the student or elementary school students in Yamagata Prefecture. Okay, so this Murakisawa farm also faced several challenges, several problems that they make this big meeting, especially in the regional paddy field farming centered on a farming association in September 2006. They make the big meeting to establish of a farming association, so the local farmers in this area. At the time, they managed the farm size about 163 hectare with 188 members. This establishment of farming association meeting purpose is aiming for independent regional agriculture through labor and cost-saving production profitability improvement also include. And after this meeting, they managed this incorporation after practicing meeting in April 2013. The incorporation of a farming association has established, and they have one more goals to develop the farm successors in the next generation. So those farmers, they think about the next generation. And this is the description of the Murakisawa farm or in Yamagata City, the system of the community-based farming itself. So my professor and I already visited this Murakisawa farm before, and my professor also in 2017 have the visiting lecture in Gajah Mada University to explain this community farming system. You can see here there are several farmers, for example, farmer A until farmer D, and they have their own house, or they have their own job desk. For example, farmer A, they have a contract system with the community-based farming, and farmer B become an employee, farmer C become an employment, but still young in here, still in the young age. And there is a community-based farming will facilitate or will provide the one assistance that can help these young farmers to manage the farmland. And then this assistant will get the salary from the community-based farming. And farmer D will do, for example, become a landowner, and then he or she already retired from the farmings, and he or she will rent the farmland to the community-based farming, and the community-based farming will lend the farmland from this landowner. So this community-based farming also already have their own product. So they also produce and make the branding for this to, how can I say, to get the income that they can share to the each farmers here that contribute in this community-based farming. So they can enhance the sales capabilities. And then they also can have the regional contribution in agriculture experience and food education for these assistants that worked in community-based farming. And for the landowner itself, there is also the profit making, like they can have the work contract from other area also, and they have diversification of food processing, sales, green tourism. Okay, and this is in basically in the Tohoku area or in Yamagata, and from Yamagata to the northern part area of Japan. There are two types of the community farming. Type A, which is operated by all farmers in the village that have an equal contribution. So every farmer can rent the farmland and then work together in community farming. And community farming will rent the farmland from the farmers and will give like a salary or wage to the, this is for the rent system for the farmers for about 2,000 US dollar, for example, per year per hectare. And then for those who work in community farming, the community farming will give the wage for about 10,000 US dollar per year. And for the type B, the community farming, almost similar system with the community farming A, but in here, this community farming just operated by some part of farmers, not all of the farmers. And for example, farm A here, he or she did not work in the community farming, but as a landowner. And then for the farm B, here, the farmers also work for community farming, become an employee. And this is just briefly speaking about the type of community farming in Shimane Prefecture, which now I am working in Shimane University. So in Shimane University, actually the farm size is quite small compared to the Tohoku area. In Tohoku area, usually the average is more than 50 hectares, but in Shimane still there is a average of farmers that manage the farmland for about 3 to 5 hectares. So in here, there are 3 types, which the first one, shared use type. In here, systematic use of shared machines and facilities by the community or organization members. And then there is the contract type. So in here, core members are entrusted with core work using machinery and facilities, and contract farmers oversee complementary work. And for the last one, the last type, collaborative management type. So in here, each member engage in work according to their ability to perform efficient production and profits that are distributed to each member according to the share of farmland and work hours that they provided based on a pool calculation. So this is my opinion that there are several benefits if we can introduce or apply this community farming system in our country also. But I believe that actually in each country, the group farming is already existed. But just the system itself, we have to try to make it right or proper in order to secure the farm successor. Because in Japan, the community farming can cost reduction. So every farmer has own machine like tractor, transplanting machine, and harvesting machine. And from the average farm size 2 hectare, the scale merits, they can make it large for the farm size of the village in average 20 to 50 hectare if the farmers join this community farming. And of course, they can also secure the farm successors if the farmers doesn't have the farm successor in the future. So this is the several references that I use for this study. Yeah, I think that's all for today. For my presentation today. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question, you can ask me, and I will now give it back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you for your explanation, Sensei.
Yes.
Maybe we will move to the take a picture session. First,
Okay.
firstly, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait a
Maybe
minute.
for yeah.
So
Maybe you should turn off your share screen.
yes, I will stop share. Okay. Is it already stop share?
Yeah, already.
Okay. Thank you.
So wait.
Wait. Let's go and show. Okay.
Okay. Maybe for the all speaker, maybe you can turn on your camera so we can take a picture now. Okay. Wait. Wait. Then 3, 2, 1, action. And once again, and 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Sensei, for your
Thank you.
speaker. Yeah. We will move to the discussion session. Maybe if have any question for to our speaker, we go to the just raise your hand if you have any question for your speech today. Yeah, for the speech today. I'm sorry. Okay. Maybe I will mention about yeah, you mentioned about petani gurem in Indonesia. Yeah, Indonesia a lot of farmer, right? But you mentioned it about the petani gurem. So uh, if you learn from Japan and compare it with the Indonesia, maybe how the strategy is from Japan can compare with the Indonesian agriculture, especially for the petani gurem in Indonesia, maybe.
Okay, thank you very much for your great question and comments. So actually, that's also when I first came to Japan, I also have that question because Indonesia still become a developing country, right? And
Yeah.
Japan already become the developed country. But my professor at the time said to me, Rosa-san, he said, actually, Japan is also same with Indonesia 20 years ago. So 20 years ago, the petani gurem in Japan also exists, same like in Indonesia. And then the government think, not only government, but the organization in Japan that they also think about the future of agriculture in Japan, also think how the farmers can survive from the small farm size and then to survive, like to meet the family needs for the daily needs for the farm household themselves with the very small income or minus income. Like we know that farmland is one of the production factor in the production factor for the farming activities, right? So the farmland is very essential for farming activities. So if the farmland size is very small, then the farmers until maybe the next several years will become only like subsistence farmers. So they involve in farming activities just to meet their family needs, not to think about the agribusiness itself, right? So at the time, the strategy of the government before that the farmland places in Japan also now, like in Indonesia, not in the one block, but in several places. So it is like, how can I say, like mix between the house and the farmland, it mix. Yeah. So at the time, the government thought this is not so good for the farming activities. So they they have several meetings with the local farmers in each prefecture, and then they try to educate farmers about agriculture is very important, and we have to make our our farm size become larger, so that you as a farmers can also gain the benefit or profit from that farming activities itself. So the government gave the suggestion or recommendation to move their house into different places, and then to change their house become the farmland, so that now in Japan the farmland is only in one area, the flat area, and like it's all only for the farmland, like for only for the paddy rice. And then the house of the farmers already moved to another place. The government gave the subsidies to build their new house in order to make this farmland become in one block. And after that, in 1960s or 70s, the government or the Japanese government, they try to consolidate together the farmland through the community farming that they try to establish. But in Indonesia, I think the farmer groups or kelompok tani, it's already exists, right? And also gapoktan already exists. So in my opinion, we can make an effort to at least to encourage the farmers to consolidate their farmland through this gapoktan or kelompok tani. But I believe this is of course still have several years in order to make this policy happen, and then to at least close to the community farming system in Japan.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Yeah, it's maybe government policy have a big impact. Yes,
Yeah.
Doctor, from the strategies. Okay, Doctor, we have a question from UMT University,
Okay.
Ramisa. He, Dr. Rosalia. Thank you very nice for your presentation. I'm Ramisa from University Malaysia Terengganu. I just wondering, in Japan, provide special incentive terms of agricultural input such as fertilizer, pesticide to their farmer?
Yes, yes. So thank you very much for the good question. So in Japan, same like in any other country, I guess, the Japanese government also provided the special incentive for the agricultural inputs such as fertilizer, pesticides, but not only fertilizer and pesticide. The government also gave the incentive of the capital. For example, the new farmers that they don't have any background of agriculture, like for example in Indonesia or maybe in Malaysia, usually the young farmers become a farmer because the background of his or her family also came from the farmers, right? But in Japan recently, the young people who already give up to work in company, like tired to have the overtime working, and then they will go back to their local area, to the village, I mean, and then they will start to become a farmer without any background of the farm family. And the Japanese local government will give the incentive for those kind of farmers. And also they will give the incentive also for the agriculture machinery, because it is very expensive in Japan for the agriculture machinery. I hope it can answer the question.
Okay, thank you, Doctor, for your explanation. Maybe we move on to the next question for Alfi Ramadhani from Universitas from UIN. In your opinion, can Indonesian farmer com compete like Japan, and most Indonesian farmer business scale is small and Indonesia farmer thinks it's still traditional and practical. Then most farmer market their product individually. So maybe you can do the explanation.
Yes, thank you very much for your very good opinion and very good question. So, like your question, I also now doing this ongoing research that also related to this Indonesian farmers business scale, because as we know, Indonesia still have a very extremely small business scale. Even most farmers, they not think about the agribusiness, but they think just to consume, just to meet the consumption of their family. So I think for now, it is very difficult to compete like Japan. It takes several years to become like Japan, because why I said like that? In Japan, they already have the big cooperative in every prefecture. It is called Japanese Agriculture Cooperative. That uh, every farmers or every community farming in Japan, they can sell their product to this cooperative, and this cooperative can sell this farmers product to the farmers fresh market, to the supermarket, to the another province, and so on. So not selling by the individually, but several farmers, yes, still sell by their still selling their product by individually from the online system, for example, to the nanti dulu, langganan to the familiar consumer, that the farmers already know each other with this consumer. Okay, so that is I think my answer for this time, but I cannot say for more, because I also still do this ongoing research to prove about this compete from Indonesia and Japan.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Okay, maybe it's add more question. Is there a subsidy from the government in Japan?
Yes, like I told you before, this is related also to the Ramisa questions,
Yeah.
that the government in Japan have a lot of subsidies, not only for the recent or long-term farmers, but also for the new farmers, young farmers that already involved in agriculture. Their subsidy is not only for the agriculture inputs, but also the capital, and also, for example, like now the because of this climate change. So the weather in Japan is also not really good compared with the last year. So several area in these several months already destroyed by the flooding. There is a flooding disaster. So in order to sustain this agriculture production, then the government will give the subsidy to change this risk or this failed product for the farmers itself. This is also as a subsidy or insurance, farmers insurance, for example, like that. And yeah, there are several subsidies like agriculture machine. They gave the drone, and then they gave also the training system in order to train the young farmers to become a farmers and so on.
Yeah, thank you, Sensei, for the explanation. Maybe anyone have any question, or we can discuss in here or just chat book. Yeah, Elvira Madani says, I'm agree. I think Indonesia farmer also need the insurance too.
Yes, actually, our government also tried to make this for these Indonesian farmers. The government already tried to make the cart insurance, but the implementation of it still difficult, because, as you know, our farmers actually just this is frankly speaking, our farmers in average of education still graduated from the elementary school. So this is very difficult to use this kind of the card insurance because of the difficult administration, complicated administration, and so on. that's how can I say that encourage or motivate the farmers to give up to use this card insurance in Indonesia.
Good answer, Sensei.
Yes.
So we move to the next question. Yeah, it's from Nabil, Muhammad Nabil from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. How do you motivate young Indonesian people to be a farmer like developed country?
Okay. The first one, before we motivate the farmers young farmers or young people in Indonesia, the first thing first, we have to expand the farmland in each of the farm households. For example, if I ask the moderator now, do you want to be a farmer?
Yeah, I want it because
You want?
yeah, I want to be a farmer.
Because of what?
Because I have a land in my house, so I wish the land will be make money for me.
Okay. Now, how much? How can I say the farmland in your house is in how many hectares or how many how many square meters?
Maybe it's just 500 meters.
It is
It's just
small,
small, yeah, just small.
right? So, do you want to become a farmer with the small income or minus?
Yeah, maybe I will come to agribusiness. I want to learn more about how to make this land more effective. I maybe like that.
Yeah, more effective. And if you want to make the land more effective, I think to make it more effective in the optimal production and then to have the maximum profit, I think it is also very important to to expand and then to make it your scale become large in the future, right? Because we now think as an entrepreneur agriculture, right? Agribusiness person. So that is very important. The first one is how to make it the farmland size become bigger in Indonesia. In order to do that, it is very important to manage the farmer group system inside the village, in each village in Indonesia. It is very important to work together than by yourself, right? If we work together with the neighborhood, then we can get more profit, more income. That is the agribusiness person thinker. Yeah. And after that, we can try to attract the young people who now we call them Gen Z, right? To use this digital farming, like to use the AI to train them how to use the agricultural drone like in Japan, how to use the combine harvester, how to drive the tractor, how to even now in Japan already exists the tractor without the driver. So it is called like using the AI, the auto tractor and so on. So I think that's in my opinion how to motivate the young people. Thank you.
Yeah. A question more, and maybe I'm interested for your research about institution farmer. How about the institution in Japan?
The institution farmers in Japan is also exist in I forgot how many, but actually a lot it is difficult to translate in English because they make their own original language. So, but I can say it is similar system like agriculture company. So in Japanese, we call it Nogyo Hojin. This is one of the farmers institution. So the young farmers, they can become a trainee in that company to become a farmer in the future. So these young farmers who doesn't have any education about about farming activity, about how to use the machine and so on, they will join in this Nogyo Hojin and then to study how to use this machine, how to make the high income, how to sell the product and so on. It is called Nogyo Hojin. And then also there is the Shuraku Eno or community farming that I already introduced to you, the system of community farming in Japan. Actually, it is called Shuraku Eno. And there is another institution I already said a little, the Japanese Agricultural Cooperative. And there are a lot of NPO in agriculture and so on. I think a lot. Maybe you can also try to um, search about the JA or Japanese Agriculture Cooperative, the I think top 3 agricultural cooperatives in the world. So after UK, I think the most famous one came from Japan for the cooperative agriculture. That's also one of the institution.
A lot of institutions. Okay. Anyone have any question or want to discuss about this topic with us? Just go raise your hand, or you just go to the chat book.
Yeah. Or maybe we can also discuss why everyone just keep quiet. I also wondering how about in Malaysia about this farm succession. I think most of the students or the people who attend this summer school came from Malaysia also, right?
Yeah.
If there is someone from Malaysia, maybe can share about opinion about the farmers regeneration or the institution of farmers in Malaysia. I really hope they can share, because now my ongoing research is to see the development of the farmer group, especially in Southeast Asian countries like Malaysia, Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand, and so on. So this is very good, actually, good discussion. So please, anyone
Yeah,
who
please,
can
anyone,
share.
you can share your opinion about our topic. So still have a time to make a discussion until 10:45. So anyone have any question for this topic or wanna share their opinion about the topic?
Yeah, I will.
Maybe we will wait
Make
about
some
the
drink.
question.
Oh, and also, I also would like to point it out again
Yeah.
that in Indonesia, why the farmland size is getting smaller, it's because, for example, in Java Island, it is a lot of practice of the inheritance land system that the parents will divide the farmland or the land equally to the number of children. For example, if one farmer have the 1 hectare farmland, and this farmer have 5 children, then in the future 1 hectare farmland will be divided to these 5 children.
Yeah.
It makes the farmland size getting smaller and smaller, and this is actually it's not good practice. So this in Japan, actually 20 years ago this practice also happened, but now they already changed their mind, and they already changed their farming or inheritance activity.
So yeah, it's quite interesting now that about that. But in Indonesia, how can we learn like a Japan for it's not for the succession planning?
Yes.
How we do?
Yeah, so the succession planning is very important before the transfer of the land management. So the first one that we can do, maybe, maybe. So the asset of the farmers is not only the farmland, but also, for example, the house, and then the transportation, for example, the car, and so on. So for example, if there are 5 children, maybe it is just like a suggestion or recommendation. It is better to give the farmland only to those children that who want to be a farmer. So only give it to the one child. This is happen in Japan. So nowadays, the farmers in Japan will ask the children who wants to be a farmer. For example, only one child, and then the farmland will goes to that child. And the other assets like house or transportation and so on will goes to the other children who doesn't want to become a farmer. So that is one way in order to minimize the risk of the land fragmentation through this inheritance.
Yeah, maybe for the government in Indonesia, like make a green land like lahan hijau in
Yes.
Indonesia. It's like that.
Yes, but actually it's very difficult because our society is very rich in culture.
Yeah.
Yeah. So although the government said I want to open the Greenland, the food estate and so on, we cannot do it directly. Maybe it will take a lot of years due to the local village. They have their own culture, they have their own rules for the village and so on. So we have to first approach the society and then try to educate their mind and so on, little by little. But I think it takes several years.
It's quite interesting known about that, Sensei. So yeah, a factor effective from land succession. Maybe it's gonna be good in Indonesia. Yeah, I wish Indonesia can go more modern and we can, yeah, uh, sama with
So
Japan. Yeah,
same, yeah, same with
same with
Japan.
Japan.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe and the last question, maybe someone have opinion or discussion with us.
Yeah. Any comments, any
Any
opinion
comments?
also?
Yeah, it's from
Okay.
Malaysia, maybe.
With Indonesian language
Yeah,
bahasa also possible. If you can speak in Japanese, demo daijoubu desu dozo.
we have a sensei here. So please, from Indonesia, you can use bahasa if you have any question for all the speaker or all attendants here. Anyone? Why it's just two of us, maybe.
It's fine. Maybe you can give your comment about, because you said that you also have the land, right? So
Yeah.
I think your came from the farm family background, I guess. Is it
Yeah.
correct? Yeah.
No, my family buy a house in the rural area, so I have a plan for the rural area, make agribusiness, lah, agribusiness.
I
So
see.
yeah, maybe I wish, yeah, it's become effective for me to apa to make this land for me.
Yeah. I hope in the future you will become a success
Yeah, I mean,
young farmers or
I mean,
agriculture entrepreneur.
because I want to learn about maybe aquaponic or
I
maybe
see.
the yeah. So it's maybe with a land maximize the land effective.
So
So yeah,
it is more like urban farming then,
yeah, it's
I
more
guess.
like urban farming. Maybe
Maybe
yeah,
your family and you stay in the location that close to the urban area, I guess.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So usually people who lives close to the urban area, they will do the practice of the urban farming. So that's also possible.
And I see the little bit about the market in that area, so it's I think it's gonna be good if I make yeah, that's urban farming, I think.
More like but for the urban farming, I think the commodity it's more like the horticulture crops than the food crops, I guess.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
I see.
Okay. Maybe no one wanna take a question. Maybe we will close this session. Thank you for very much for your speaker sensei. I wish this speaker can be valuable insight for us and makes more experience to us. Okay, thank you, Sensei,
Thank
for
you.
have a time with us.
Yes.
If all of you have any question, just wanna contact Sensei. Sensei have a contact person.
Oh yes, I have the contact. I will share you here. Please wait a minute. And also thank you very much for those who gave me the questions and comment and opinion. It's very good. And I guess I can learn from your question also for my ongoing research. So this is my contact for person through email, Rosalia Seleki at life.shimane-u.ac.gp.
Thank you, Sensei,
Thank you so
for have
much.
a time for us, and maybe we're gonna move to the next speaker today.
Okay. Okay, thank you so
Okay,
much
thank
and
you.
have a good day all.
Yeah, thank
Gambatte
you.
kudasai.
Ganbate. So yeah, we will move on to the next speaker today. We have a pleasure, guest too. We are honored to have with us today. Will share their knowledge and insight in the topic. Maybe have joined with us Dr. Aditya Mahendra.
Yes, Marendra.
Yeah, Dr. Aditya. So I will introduce doctor. So his doctor is from Indonesia, research from Indonesia National Research and Innovation Agency of Republic Indonesia. He got PhD from University of Queensland, Australia. And today we will topic about overview the urban peri-urban food system. Okay, please welcome to Dr. Raditya Mahendra Kiloes.
Yes, thank you so much. Okay, my name is Marendra, not Mahendra.
Marendra,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay, that's all right. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, the esteemed colleagues, and also all participants of the summer school of tropical agribusiness 2024. Can I share my?
Maybe.
Is it? Oh.
Wait, doctor.
Yeah. All right. That's all right.
Yeah, you have 50 minutes for your presentation and will be followed by Q&A session, doctor.
Okay. Okay, I can share my screen now.
Yeah, you can share your screen.
Okay, how about now? Can everyone see my screen now?
Yeah, yep. You can see your screen.
Okay, I will start my presentation. So, from the research organization of governance, economy, and community welfare at the National Research and Innovation Agency, I'm pleased to present our updated findings about an overview of the urban and peri-urban food system of Jakarta. So this is part of the Australia-Indonesia Knowledge Partnership Platform, or known as Koneksi. Of the project itself is addressing vulnerabilities and enhancing resilience in the smallholder value chains of food supply system. This is a research collaboration between the University of Queensland, Australia, with including BRIN, IPB University, Gajah Mada University, State University of Malang, and of course, Yogyakarta Muhammadiyah University. So first, I would like also to introduce myself, Mas Moderator, before this already introduced me. Currently, I work in the Research Center for Behavioral and Circular Economy at the Research Organization of Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare at the National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. Previously, I have like more than 10 years as a researcher in the Ministry of Agriculture. And my home base is in Jakarta, and my study interest is in transdisciplinary agribusiness, horticulture, agriculture product marketing, and also food system. I think that's all about me. And before we dive deeper into the update of the project, allow me to show you an overview of the collaboration project that we are currently working on through this short video. My apologies. I think there's a problem in the video, but I would like to explain about this our project. So our project is a project aims to increase resilience and at the same time address the vulnerability of the food system in the peri-urban areas of Java towards climate change and also urban pressures. And in this project, as we focus on the peri-urban areas in the region of Jakarta, Bandung, Yogyakarta, and Surabaya. It doesn't mean that we are focusing on these cities, but we are focusing on the peri-urban areas of those cities. But yeah, in this opportunity, I will present what we have done in the Jakarta region, which is the responsibility of BRIN. Okay, maybe some of you here also came from Jakarta, and yeah, for me, Jakarta is quite special. I was born in Jakarta and also spent my childhood in this big city, even though that currently I live in Bogor, in the southern part of Jakarta, but still part of the greater Jakarta metropolitan area. Yeah, many say that Jakarta is a cruel city, but I remember one of the song lyrics that says, "The city's cold blood teaches us to survive." So this is very interesting. So for many successful people, Jakarta is the right place to find jobs and also income. So Jakarta is the capital and largest city of Indonesia, at least until now. It's still the capital of Indonesia until maybe there is a presidential decree regarding the transfer of the capital into the new place. Jakarta is served as the country's political, economy, and also cultural hub. And with more than 10 million residents, Jakarta is one of the most populous urban areas in the world. It is also part of the greater Jakarta area, or we are Indonesian, mention it as Jabodetabek, Jabodetabek metropolitan area. So Jabodetabek is the abbreviation of Jakarta, Bogor, Depok, Tangerang, and Bekasi. And Jabodetabek itself, which in total contain of 10 municipalities and 5 regencies, is a home for more than 30 million people. So you can imagine how big the Jabodetabek metropolitan area is. And Jakarta is Indonesia's economic powerhouse, contributing about 17% to the national GDP. And it hosts also numerous multinational corporations, government offices, and also financial institutions. And Jakarta is also a melting pot of cultures. It reflects Indonesia's diversity, which are a rich blend of ethnicities, languages, and also religions. And however, Jakarta faces significant challenges. Yeah, we know, including traffic congestion, pollution, flooding, and also urban poverty. However, efforts are ongoing to improve infrastructure and enhance the quality of life for its residents. So as the biggest city in Indonesia, the food supply for Jakarta is a complex and critical issue, reflecting the city's status as Indonesia's largest urban center. As a mega city, with more than 10 million population, ensuring a steady and sufficient supply of food is a priority not only for local government, but also for the national authorities. Because Jakarta is a fully big city, Jakarta relies heavily on surrounding agricultural regions to fulfill its food needs, particularly from the provinces such as West Java, Central Java, and also Banten. These provinces produce foods that can supply to Jakarta. And but the logistic of transportation of this food products into the Jakarta are also challenging because it's involved networks of smallholder farmers and also traders and also distributors. So there is a growing emphasis on strengthening the food resilience and security in Jakarta. Efforts are being made to enhance the efficiency of supply chains, also to reduce food waste, and ensure that the food is accessible to all segments of the population, especially the most vulnerable. So I can say here that the food supply for Jakarta is a dynamic system that requires careful management and innovation to ensure that the big city can continue feed its growing population. So it can be a balancing act between supporting agricultural production and managing urban expansion and also addressing the environmental and economic challenges that threaten the city's food security. So yeah. So if you guys open a Google Maps, and then type Jakarta, we can see the differences in color here. So here we can see that not only Jakarta is gray, we can see the differences of the color here. This one is gray and the rest is green. It's not only in Jakarta, so we can see the border of Jakarta is only like this, but also some of the surrounding areas, including some regencies and some cities around Jakarta. Some of these areas that we call as a peri-urban area. So one potential solution to ensure a reliable food supply for Jakarta is the development of agriculture in peri-urban areas of Jakarta. But what exactly is a peri-urban area? So we can say like peri-urban areas are the transitional zones that lie between the densely built urban centers and the rural countrysides. These are characterized by a mix of urban and rural features, and they often experience rapid change due to urban expansion. So if you search for the term peri-urban in the Google online, you will find many definitions, and it's emphasizing different aspects of this complex and dynamic space. And however, the essential points is that peri-urban area serve as a bridge between the urban and the rural environment. It offers a unique opportunities for agricultural development because it's close to the urban market. Okay, so I won't delve deeper into the definition right now because later in the afternoon there will be Dr. Bagus will provide a comprehensive explanation of the peri-urban mapping, which will give us a clearer understanding of these areas. So Jakarta peri-urban area is particularly interesting because it spans two provinces. We have like West Java here and also Banten province here. So in Banten province, we have Tangerang Regency stands out as a very key peri-urban area with a significant potential for agricultural development. And in the West Java province, we have Bogor, Bekasi, and Karawang, which are also a vital peri-urban area. This area is not only have the capacity to supply food product to Jakarta, but also support their own rapidly growing population. And by developing agriculture in these peri-urban regions, we can create a more resilient and sustainable food system for the entire Jakarta metropolitan area. So the strategic development of peri-urban agriculture can reduce the city's reliance on distant food sources and also can decrease transportation costs and ensure that the fresh and locally grown food is readily available to urban consumers. Moreover, it can also provide economic opportunities for local farmers and help preserve agricultural land in the face of urban sprawl. So this is the objective of our study. First is to map the food value chain system in the peri-urban area. And the second one is to model the food value chain system in the peri-urban areas. And the third one is to analyze the role of peri-urban agriculture to carbon emission, because this project basically is a environmental and climate change project. And the fourth one is to analyze the preference of urban consumers toward environmentally friendly food products. And the last objective is to analyze the quality degradation of foods along the value chain. So for those of you who are not Indonesian, maybe you all need to know first that in Indonesia, there are levels to divide regions. So the highest level is the first level. It's called province, or maybe in Malaysia it's a state, right? And below province, we have the second level, called regency or city or municipality. It depends on the density of the place. We can call it kota or kabupaten, yeah. And the third level is a sub-district or kecamatan, yeah. So we start from the understanding that all regencies or kabupaten surrounding Jakarta are peri-urban. Jakarta itself is an urban area, okay. And we have also other cities such as Depok here, and Bogor, Tangerang, South Tangerang, and also Bekasi. That's cities, okay. So the rest of the places that are not cities called kabupaten, okay. We have Kabupaten Bogor, Kabupaten Tangerang, Kabupaten Bekasi, and also Kabupaten Karawang. Okay, all right. We continue. Not all sub-district or kecamatan in these regencies or kabupaten have peri-urban characteristics. Some okay. So some of kecamatan, for example, like Kecamatan Curug in Tangerang or Kecamatan Cibitung in Bekasi, are totally urban area. So our next activity is to determine which kecamatan are the most peri-urban. So our fellow researchers from from the State University of Malang have created a scoring system to determine the location of our study, which to determine which kecamatan is the most peri-urban. So this is where we will focus on our work next. So in Bogor Regency, we focus on Kecamatan Cibungbulang and Jonggol. And in Tangerang, we focus on Kecamatan Sepatan and Rajab. In Bekasi, we focus on Tarumajaya, and in Karawang, we focus on Tirtajaya and Purwasari. So one of our activities here is mapping the food value chain in peri-urban areas. Here, we are not only map the food value chain based on the discussion. Usually, we only mapping the value chain based on the discussion of with the stakeholders, right? But here, we are mapping the value chain not only based on the discussion, but we also follow the food products, where the products goes through. Of course, yeah. Here we need to choose the priority of which commodities we will focus on, because there are so many food commodities, right, that we can be working on. And yeah, and the commodities that we focus on in this study is only rice and kangkung, because we have a limitation. So for this term of project, we only focus on rice and kangkung. We chose rice because this is a staple food, and this is a strategic commodity in Indonesia. And then because we have chosen a strategic commodity, we feel that we need to also choose other commodities that can contribute to nutrition. Therefore, we chose kangkung because this is a commodity that the most consumed vegetables in Jakarta. Maybe the question will arise: why kangkung? Okay, why not strategic vegetable commodities like chili or shallot? So, for your information, in Indonesia, chili and shallot are two of the most important horticulture commodity, because it can give impact to the national economy. From our discussion, is that we have chosen rice as one of the strategic commodities. We wanted to look at it from a nutritional perspective. Therefore, we chose commodities that could contribute to nutrients. Okay. Meanwhile, salads and chilies, although included as strategic vegetables, make less contribution to nutrition. We have a joke that it was no wonder that the stunting rate in Indonesia was high, because the commodities considered strategic were rice, shallot, and chilies. So Indonesians only ate rice and sambal every day. Okay. That's not a good job. So here we observe how food is produced, harvested, and also washed, packaged, and transported from local collection point to the main market in Jakarta. So this is one of the example how we observe kangkung here. First, we found that kangkung is harvested manually and then washed traditionally using the water in the ponds, which is the cleanliness is unclear. I don't know. So it's only to remove the soil from the roots, and then it transported using motorcycle here to the collection points in the village, and then transported to market using pickup trucks, covered with plastic, with no refrigerating process, and then finally it reached the wholesale market in Jakarta. The system is also quite complex, so it's not necessarily from one region directly to market to Jakarta or other regions, but it is often found that in a peri-urban area, food commodities enter from other peri-urban areas. So various causes influence this event. It could be from the crop failure in one area, or maybe pest and disease attack, or maybe it can be also caused by an abundant harvest in an area, so that it fills the market in Jakarta or other region. Yesterday I just noticed that kangkung from Kecamatan Cibung Bulang in Bogor were delivered to Kecamatan Babelan in Bekasi, which is also a kangkung production center. But because there are lack of kangkung harvested in Babelan and there's abundant production in Bogor, so they need supply from Bogor, and then they market the kangkung to their region, or maybe they send again to Jakarta. Why not directly deliver to Jakarta? And that shows the complexity of the food system itself. So we also have observed a significant quality degradation along the value chain, particularly in food commodities. So while rice experiences minimal quality loss due to its ability to be stored for extended periods, the situation is quite different for perishable goods like vegetables and fruits. So, like for this example, these commodities cannot be stored for long, leading to a frequent price fluctuation, especially when the production levels are varied. This issue is also exacerbated by Indonesia's relatively traditional food system, which lacks a comprehensive cold chain infrastructure to maintain the product quality over time. Here, for example, we monitor the weight and the product, and also we monitor with the temperature and humidity during the delivery to market. So we have 4 photos here of kangkung here. On the far left, we see it's freshly harvested kangkung. The condition is quite fresh. And the second photo is shows the kangkung is slightly shriveled due to the heat when it was delivered to market. So kangkung is harvested in the morning, and it's sent to Jakarta in the afternoon. And because it's only covered by plastic, it's maybe there's some heat created there and make the kangkung is shriveled. And then from the harvesting to delivery of the market, all was done on the same day. So in the same day it was done. And the third photo is a simulation when kangkung is sold in a retail market on the first day. So we can see here together here that the kangkung is starting to turn into yellow, and on the second day the kangkung is completely turned yellow, shriveled, and not suitable for sale. So this is the quality degradation across the value chain. So we also observe this case. We are agribusiness people, but we need also to understand about the post-harvest management in the value chain. Okay. And we also conducted observation in the Kramat Jati wholesale market, which is the largest wholesale market in Jakarta. This market is not only supplying food products for the Jakarta area, but also supplying food for other areas outside Jakarta. We even found that some traders in Kramat Jati wholesale market also supply foods to Sumatra Island. So yeah, this Kramat Jati wholesale market is an important market for Jakarta, and not only for Jakarta, but also for the surrounding areas, because this market is often used as a national price barometer, especially for strategic commodities such as shallot and chilies. And yeah, which those commodities are commodities that the price and supply are always fluctuating. So if we imagine Jakarta is a big city, maybe we will also imagine that food in Jakarta is obtained from the modern market. Okay, but in fact, the majority of foods are still purchased in traditional markets. As we can see in the graph here, so in the data from Jakarta Statistic about the number of market managed by the Jakarta Regional Market Company, PD Pasar Jaya, it mentioned that in all 5 Jakarta municipalities, most markets are categorized as developing market. So it's still traditional, all traditional market, but the company divided into advanced market, growing market, and developing market, and most of them are still developing market. Only in Jakarta Selatan, we have like 6 markets included as the advanced market. For the rest of Jakarta, the advanced market is still lack of advanced market. Even in Jakarta Utara, there is no advanced market in Jakarta Utara. This was also revealed in the interviews we conducted with several urban religion actors who mostly supply to traditional markets in Jakarta. Then to analyze the farming activities, of course, it is not in Jakarta, but in the peri-urban area of Jakarta. We conducted interviews with actors involved in the food production, such as farmers and then traders and other supporting actors, such as extension officers and then local policymakers and so on and so forth. And yeah, we conducted this interview to find out the input and output of the farming they made, and to find out how their farming activities contribute to carbon emission through life cycle assessment. We're still working on this. We haven't finished. We have finished the data collection, but we haven't finished the analysis. And yeah, now it's still in the phase of cleaning the data, so to do the life cycle assessment. And through this interview, we also identified problems related to food system resilience through this interview. We also conduct a system dynamic or systems thinking modeling to analyze the dynamic that occur in the food value chain in the peri-urban areas. So this is an interesting method. I learned about this since 2013. This method allows us to understand the cause and effect of variables identified in the system. And yeah, this approach can explain why an event happened and allow us to see how the performance of a system if we conduct an intervention. Okay. Here we use the group model building method. This is a methodology that allows all stakeholders to sit together to identify problems and draw their food system. Okay, researchers here, me as a researcher and my colleagues, only act as a facilitators. Okay, we explain about the system first, and then let the value chain actors draw themselves about their system. Okay, and all actors identify and connect all variables to create a cause and effect diagram themselves. So that will, of course, will explain the underlying factors of a situation. Like the previous speaker, Rosalia, mentioned, the problem also is about the small occupation of the land in the peri-urban area, and we also identify many other problems. So yeah, I will not explain the process more detail, because on Thursday maybe Dr. Yanti will explain about the systems thinking. So this is the initial findings of our study in Greater Jakarta region. We haven't finished this, and we still need to validate this diagram with stakeholders in the second group, in the group model building. We've done all of the first group model building, and we need to refine the diagram using the data and information that we got from the group model building and also from the interviews. So after that, after we refine the diagram, we need to go back again to the stakeholders, and then we need to validate this diagram to the stakeholders, because this diagram belongs to stakeholders. So what I show you here is what we called a causal diagram. This is a qualitative analysis of a system. So my PhD supervisor says that this is not a rocket science. Everybody can easily learn about this method. So this is a visual tool used in the systems thinking to illustrate the relationship between different variables within a system. It helps to understand the dynamic behavior of complex system by showing how different elements influence one another through connectors or feedback loops. So it has components. The first component is the variable. If you can see here, is a variable. The variable here is key factors or elements in the system that can change over time. For example, like population, production, or resource availability, and so on and so forth. And then the second one, we have arrows. Arrows, as we can see here, arrows. Arrows are used to connect variables. So if there's any connection between variables, so we can connect them using arrows, and it indicates the direction of influence. So if variables A influence variable B, so the arrows will go through B. Okay. It shows how one variable affects another. So and also we have the polarity sign. We can see here we have positive and negative. This what we call polarity sign. Each arrow is usually labeled with a positive or negative sign. It indicates the nature of the relationship. So if we have positive sign, we can say like when an increase in one variable leads to an increase in another, or decrease in one variable leads to a decrease in the other variable. So for example, like if we market a product, more advertising leads to more sales. That's one of the examples. And for the negative signs, when an increase in one variable leads to a decrease in other variable, or vice versa. For example, an increase in price might lead to a decrease in demand. Okay. I think you will get more explanation on Thursday about this one. But I will explain the initial findings of our study here in Greater Jakarta area. So stakeholders often mention several important points that can influence the peri-urban food system resilience. So of course, the issue of climate change and also farming technologies can influence the peri-urban food system resilience. But these variables are not only occur in agriculture system in peri-urban areas, but also occur in agriculture system in rural areas as well. And apart from that, various problems such as price fluctuation and lack of input are also identified problems. But again, these are not only happen in the peri-urban area, but also in the rural area. And for the agriculture in the peri-urban area, there are several unique problems. For example, we can see here like land conversion into residential area or industry area. This is commonly found in every kabupaten around Jakarta. Some of the land in peri-urban areas are no longer belongs to farmers, although it is currently managed by farmers themselves to grow rice and vegetables. But mostly it's already belong to housing developer and farmers renting the land until the developers are ready to develop something, to develop the residential area or industry. And other problems were found also, which could lead to land conversion. For example, like the presence of household rubbish, which blocks the flow of water in irrigation channel. And this problem is a result of many new residential areas. And another problem encountered is the lack of labor here. Because it's close to the city, many agricultural workers, especially the young ones, prefer to work in the city rather than run a farming business. And also several problems related to environmental pollution. Yeah, we can see also one of the barriers that can increase the vulnerability of food system in the peri-urban area. And the important thing that I want to show you here, as we can see in the diagram, one variable can influence other variable and will influence the resilience of food system. And also, we have already identified one feedback loop that already, I already identified. So if we can see here, land conversion, let's say for residential purposes, it will increase the household waste, especially if the awareness of waste management of the resident is low. And in some cases, it will negatively influence the irrigation effectivity. And it will also decreasing the land productivity. In the long term, if the land is no longer productive, there is a possibility that the land will be converted into industrial or residential area. And it will, this is the loop that will happen always in the near future. So this is what we call as a causal loop diagram. So from this loop, we can identify in which point that we can do the intervention. And to determine the intervention, we need to talk again to the stakeholders and ask their opinion about this loop. Okay. And in this study, we will also examine how consumer preference in Jakarta align with the environmentally friendly vegetable product. This aspect is crucial as it highlights the growing importance of the sustainable agricultural practices. So with the increasing global emphasis on environmental sustainability, it is essential to understand how Indonesian consumers perceive and value environmentally friendly certification on food products. So we already know several certification, both national and international, have been introduced to promote and validate environmentally responsible farming methods. However, there has been a significant gap in the research about how Indonesian consumers, particularly in the urban areas like Jakarta, responds to this certification level and making purchasing decision. And to address this gap, we are currently conducting a comprehensive consumer survey to get the data from the consumers. It is being distributed through T-Survey, a platform operated by Telkomsel, the largest telecommunication company in Indonesia. And we aim to reach a broad, diverse sample from consumers in Jakarta to ensure that our findings accurately reflect the current market trends and also consumer attitude towards environmentally friendly food products. So yeah, we haven't finished this activity, and we hope that in next month we will finish this activity. So for the conclusion, I can say that the Greater Jakarta region is a very diverse in terms of characteristic of each kecamatan, and the food supply system for the Greater Jakarta region from its peri-urban areas is complex and is a critical issue. And developing agriculture in the peri-urban area of Greater Jakarta region is challenging related to climate change and also urban pressures. So in closing, perhaps we all need to consider that although the peri-urban area is a potential area for developing an agricultural industry that will supply the main city, it is also necessary to consider that there are many pressures, whether came from climate change or urban that can cause the food system in the peri-urban area to be disrupted and vulnerable. It is necessary to consider strategies that can be implemented so that the agricultural industry in peri-urban areas can be sustained. And the way is to understand how the food system in the peri-urban areas are running using what I have shown you before, group model building and so on and so forth. And the resilience of food system that we are talking about here is not only how the food system can deliver products to consumers safely, but also need to consider about how consumer can get benefit from the food they consume, such as the nutrition and also being produced in an environmentally friendly manner. So yeah, I apologize that I can't provide many results yet because this research is still ongoing. And yeah, I think that's all from me. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Doctor, for your speech today. It's very interesting talking about the urban, peri-urban food in Jakarta mega city, Doctor. So maybe we will go to the photo session. So please, all can turn on your camera. So we will take a picture. Yeah. Okay. It's gonna 1, 2, 3. Yeah, once again. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Doctor, for your speech. It's maybe go to move to the Q&A session. If anyone have any question about this topic, maybe we will first for the first question, maybe from Miss Elfie Ramadhani. Yeah, what solution do you provide to overcome foreign food supplies in Indonesia country, especially since the Indonesian government import a lot of product or food from abroad, and this is make a farmer from the UMKM competitive product price and packaging, while not all the farmer can manage crop and harvesting technology in Indonesia are limited, and maybe the model is also limited. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this is interesting. Thank you so much for the question. So yeah, we still importing many of food products to Indonesia, especially for like if we know that we imported like more than 95% of garlic in Indonesian market is imported, you know, and maybe 100% of onion, also bawang bombay, yeah, imported from overseas. Yeah, but we need also to consider that some of the food product cannot be produced within the country. So, like for example, I'll take an example of garlic. We can produce, actually we can produce the garlic, but it's still not efficient. Okay. Yeah. So it's still inefficient. The production cost is still high, and then the productivity is still low. Maybe it is still beneficial for us to only import the garlic from China, for example. Yeah. But of course, we still need to think that we need to what's it called, self-sufficient. Okay, we need to be berdikari. If all people say that, we need to be berdikari. So yeah, but we need to select. What I think is we need to select what commodity that we will focus on. Like for example, like rice. We have lots of rice production. I don't think we need to again import the rice. But again, there are many factors that influencing the production or the import of the product into the country. Like yeah, maybe there's a political will or something like that, or maybe some yeah, I don't know what happened up there. So yeah, maybe some of the factors that we need also to consider that I have explained before, that some of the factors, some of the variables can influence other variables, right? Either is it positively or negatively. So maybe to what is it called, to push back the import of food product, maybe we need to understand the food system itself first. And then once we understand the food system, we can understand what variables involved in the system. And then we can select the critical point, what we call in the system thinking is as a leverage points. A point that if we put small intervention, it can be have bigger impact to the system. So we need to understand that first. Okay.
Okay, Doctor.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
is there any institution in Jakarta that make it easier for farmer or UMKM to market their product from your?
So in my experience, like I don't know right now, the previous government of Jakarta, they have like a company, a company, the local government owned company, not government owned company, the province owned company. I forgot the name of the company, and they cut the chain, then like they go directly to the farmers and they buy the rice directly from the farmers and they sell the rice to Jakarta's market. So yeah, I don't know whether the company still exists or not. Yeah, but it's the program from the previous government.
Maybe anyone have any question more about this topic? Or maybe Doctor, I think what the main challenge face can about the food distribution system in Jakarta, the main challenge to be faced.
Okay, so the main challenge to distribute food to Jakarta, especially from its peri-urban area, and maybe I'm not talking only about the peri-urban area of Jakarta, but I am also talking about the other region, yeah, who also supply food to Jakarta. The main challenge is the food loss. Okay, what I showed you before with kangkung, it's only lasts for 2 days. Because we still don't have any refrigerator or something like that, and which can maintain the quality of the product. And also, I did a research on shallot and chili also, and usually from Central Java they send it to Jakarta, and yeah, we have a big food loss because there's no refrigerator to maintain the quality of the product. That's what I think is the big challenge of the supplying food to Jakarta.
Maybe we go to the next question. What's from Lisa? Or what role do government regulation and police play in the challenge faced by Jakarta food distribution system, and how can this be addressed to improve the food security?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Lizam, for the nice question. So, indeed, the government has a big role in the regulation and playing in facing this challenge, especially because government who have the money, government who have the facilities. Okay, so yeah, because like for example, like I mentioned before, like chili and shallot. So if the chili and shallot from Central Java coming into the central market to the wholesale market in Jakarta, so if the government of Jakarta can provide like a good facility, so like what I've said, the food loss will not happen. So if the facility is good, so the food loss will not happen, and consumers can get a good product, and also the farmers can get a good price. So the government who need to provide those facilities. Okay.
So let's move on to the next question. I want to ask from Nabil. It's possible it is possible to us to cut food supply chains, especially we live at Jakarta City.
Yes, we can. So it's already conducted with, like I mentioned before, is I forgot the name. Jakarta Food Station, or I forgot the name. That's the company owned by Jakarta province. So they buy directly rice from the farmers in Central Java, I think, and then they sell it directly to consumers. So they run it through the contract farming. So like the company goes to Central Java and then make a contract with the farmers, and they get the price, the product, and then they sell it to Jakarta. And it's also it's still related to Rizam's question. It can improve the food security of consumers in Jakarta. So because they have the, what is it called? They have the supply, they have the supply because they already have contract. Yeah, they already have contract. The certainty of the supply, they already have it, and yeah, it can improve the food security finally. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Yeah, it's one opinion again from Miss Elfie. Yeah, I think we have to have a farmer in the marketing their product and so that they compete with foreign products. At least help and creating marketing website or training, make a website for them. Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
it's a good
Yeah,
solution.
that's right. But I have another opinion, maybe.
Yeah.
But thank you for the opinion, Elfie. Yeah, it's not always about marketing the products, but we need to what we need to do is to create a good product first. To create a good product first. So we need to ask farmers to produce the good product, the good quality products. I mean, so if we have the good quality products, then we can help them to market their product. But if they don't have any good quality products, so it will be hard for us to help them. So we won't also help sell the bad quality product, right?
Yeah.
So what we need to do is to help the farmers to create a good quality product. And from my experience, like actually there are some farmers that already try to produce a good quality product, but again in the marketing and distribution process, they didn't get any benefit in producing a good quality product. So that's where we need to go to help farmers in marketing the product. But the important point is we need to help the farmers to produce the good quality product first.
Yeah. Maybe I have opinion how the technology is affecting for the food system in Jakarta. Technologies maybe.
Yes.
Maybe AI modern in the
Okay, that's a good question. So I haven't got any experience of using like the more advanced technology like AI or something like that. But what I think is, yeah, if we can use AI to, for example, like predict the demand of the product or food product, maybe we can manage to what is it, to have a plan how many production that we need to have in the peri-urban area or any areas that's supplying food to Jakarta. So, but like AI or make a prediction is only one of the technology that we can use. But we can also have other technologies. I have an experience that like in Jakarta Wholesale Market in Kramat Jati, they have like it's a warehouse. So they are using the control atmosphere storage to store the chili. So if the chili, we put chili in the control atmosphere storage, it can be stored longer than if it's only stored in the temperature room. So that's also can be a technology that can help us in uh, achieving the food security in Jakarta. But I don't know right now. That's my research about like 5 years ago. I don't know. I don't know whether they still use it or not.
Yeah, since technology is more expert now.
That's right.
Okay, maybe any question again from our participants? If you have any question or you wanted to discuss with us about the topic, maybe can we overview your topic some maybe when you give me your apa share your share screen maybe.
What is it? Called? Sorry.
That- Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe anyone have any question?
Yeah, maybe anyone can have any idea how to improve. Yeah, here I'm not talking only about my experience, but I want also learning from all of you. If all of you have an idea, something like that, maybe yeah, we can have a discussion about it.
Yeah, maybe we wait for 5 minutes uh, for this public discussion. And yeah, any of you maybe have any question about the topic?
I can't hear your voice, Mas Moderator.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, it's
Okay. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Okay, Doctor, maybe enough for our speak today. And
yeah.
thank you for having time with us. And
Okay.
it's a valuable insight. I wish your knowledge can inspire us.
Thank you
For
so much.
this.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Yeah, Doctor, if anyone have to discuss more to you, you have any contact to?
Yes, sure. You can contact me through my email. I will put my email address on the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, anyone, if you want to discuss more with the doctor, you can just contact the doctor with the email. Okay, thank you, doctor.
Okay.
Have a good session with
Okay.
us.
See you.
Okay, see you.
Yeah. Assalamualaikum.
Bye. Okay, guys. Maybe it's gonna be break session. As time is go to short a break. We will continue. Standby after 1 o'clock. We will start again to this public discussion. So don't forget to make assignment and can be accessed by Google Classroom link. And you have any question, just ask us for the any problem you can have. Okay, thank you very much for this discussion. Bye bye.
Program Studi Agribusiness, Fakultas Pertanian, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. Berdiri sejak tahun 1986, memiliki visi menjadi program studi yang unggul dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi di bidang agribisnis berlandaskan nilai-nilai Islam tahun 2025 se-Asia Tenggara.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di program studi Agribisnis Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Kami memiliki profil lulusan sebagai seorang wirausaha, manajer, konsultan, dan peneliti. Kurikulum yang kami gunakan adalah kurikulum Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka atau MBKM berorientasi Outcome Based Education atau OB. Banyak keunggulan yang bisa didapatkan di sini, mulai dari fasilitas, pelayanan, dan jaringan kerjasama, mulai dari dalam negeri ataupun luar negeri. Itu semuanya digunakan untuk mendukung kualitas lulusan yang unggul dan islami. Mari bergabung bersama kami. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Enistianti, dosen dari program studi Agribisnis Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Saya bergabung dengan Prodi Agribisnis sejak tahun 1988, sehingga pada waktu itu Prodi baru berumur kira-kira 2 tahun. Prodi Agribisnis mulai menerima mahasiswa baru pada tahun 1986. Pada waktu itu dengan status izin operasional, kemudian seiring perjalanannya terdaftar, kemudian diakui, kemudian disamakan, dan peringkat akreditasi yang awal dicapai oleh Prodi Agribisnis adalah akreditasi B. Sekitar 2 atau 3 periode. Alhamdulillah pada tahun 2016 program studi agribisnis sudah terakreditasi A, dan pada pertengahan 2021 terakreditasi unggul.
Program studi agribisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta memiliki tenaga pengajar yang berkualitas dan pakar di bidangnya. Didukung fasilitas pengajaran yang memadai, membuat mutu pendidikan menjadi terjaga dan berkualitas. Ruang kelas. Ruang diskusi. Perpustakaan. Taman diskusi, dan fasilitas lainnya. Pelayanan kepada sivitas akademika menjadi ciri khas yang tak terpisahkan. Laboratorium menjadi bagian penting dalam meningkatkan keterampilan mahasiswa. Laboratorium studio. Di dalam laboratorium ini, mahasiswa dapat membuat konten video, poster iklan, dan podcast kreatif, serta promosi bidang agribisnis di era digital. Laboratorium Agribisnis. Di sini, mahasiswa bisa mengolah produk pertanian secara inovatif dan kreatif yang mendukung kompetensi kewirausahaan agribisnis. Laboratorium Statistik. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa bisa mengolah data statistik secara mandiri sehingga memiliki kemampuan sebagai manajer dan peneliti yang handal di bidang agribisnis. Laboratorium Analisis. Di sini, mahasiswa bisa melakukan analisis berbagai data sehingga memiliki kemampuan pengambilan keputusan secara tepat sebagai manajer agribisnis. Laboratorium Marketing. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa mampu mengembangkan konsep dan praktek pemasaran modern, khususnya digital marketing, bidang agribisnis. greenhouse. Di sini, mahasiswa mampu melakukan budidaya berbagai jenis tanaman. Laboratorium proteksi. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa mampu menganalisis berbagai jenis hama dan penyakit tanaman. Selain itu, juga didukung oleh jurnal ilmiah yang sudah terindeks Scopus, yaitu jurnal agraris yang mampu meningkatkan iklim dan publikasi ilmiah, baik untuk dosen ataupun
Okay, welcome back, guys, to our discussion in the summer school 2024. So I wish you feel the energy after the break, so we can move on to the more interesting topic today. So today we will have the fourth speaker. It's from research from National Research and Innovation Agency, the Republic of Indonesia. Yeah, Ibu Nurul, Dr. Nurul, have you hear me, Doctor?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Doctor. So yeah, we are so honored to have you with us, an expert to share knowledge and insight of the topic. Okay, Doctor. Introduce you first. Doctor is got a PhD from Queensland University. Takes expert in the communication for social charge, yeah, Doctor. Yeah. Today she will give us a topic is about women and their contribution about agricultural practice. So please welcome, Doctor, and maybe you have 15 minutes for your presentation and followed by Q&A session. Okay, please, Doctor.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. It is such an honorable to be invited into such a great forum. I'm going to share some of our experience based on my involvement in several research for development initiatives. But first, may I just share my screen?
Yeah, maybe I will give permission to co-host. Okay. Yeah.
Some insights from the NTB province. NTB consists of two main islands, Lombok and Sumbawa, and it is inhabited by three major tribes there, Safa in Lombok Island and Sumbawanis and Bojo tribes in Sumbawa Island. And then majority of people in West Nusa Tenggara rely on agriculture as source of living, and they practice integrated between crops and livestock. The main commodities are rice, maize, and then cattle. Lombok is wetter compared to Sumbawa, while Sumbawa is dominated by rainfed areas and hilly topography. And this natural difference also influenced the farming system between the two islands. Lombok Island, because it is very densely populated region. More than 3.5 million people are living in this small island. So farmers there practice very intensive farming systems because the land ownership is very small, about 40 hectares per household. And then the cattle farming system, they implement the cut and carry system. So cattle are put in the pens, and then farmers bring the feed into the cattle. While in Sumbawa Island, it is less populated. The land ownership there is about 1 to 2 hectares per household. And then farmers implement a semi-extensive cattle farming system. And then, yeah, if we talk about women roles in cattle farming, women undertake essential roles to animal husbandry, especially in Sasa and Bojo tribes. And then their contribution encompass like feeding and then grazing, watering, and also cleaning pen. And then some of the motivation for rural women to participate in cattle farming because they consider cattle farming as a saving for the children's school and also for large household expenditure like building house and then purchase motorbike and also for as family economic buffer just in case the crop harvest failure. So cattle is seen as a very valuable asset for the farmer's household in rural areas. And then women also have like the varying level of involvement in cattle farming across the different ethnicity because for women in Sasak tribe and Bojo tribe, they are more involved in the cattle farming activities as compared to the women in Sumbawa tribe. Some of the reason is influenced by the social and cultural values. When we do a study in Sumbawa, the participant, the men say that they don't want their women to get involved in the cattle farming activities because it is considered to be men activities. So they try to put women in the house. But then when we did our intervention with the Sumbawanese woman, there was a successful pocket story there to improve the woman engagement by bringing planting the forage close by so the woman can get involved more into the cattle farming activities as well as the woman seeing the result from the successful from the other group. What about women involvement in crop farming? They are heavily involved throughout the production processes as the owner of the enterprises, as well as some women also as the farm worker. But then there is a gender segregation in the crop farm work. For example, for planting, women are more preferred than men. But unfortunately, although women are preferred to work for planting as well as do other jobs up until harvesting, they get paid less compared to the men. For example, if the woman can have like 50,000 per day, and then the man will receive like 100,000 per day because it is considered men do like the heavy work and heavier tasks compared to the woman. And then women get paid in various form, either in the cash or also in the natural base. In Lombok, they call it nyiwa. Siwa is 9. So if the worker gets like 9 sacks of harvested rice, and then 1 sack will go into the worker, and then 8 sacks will go into the owner. And then the similar system also implemented in Sumbawa, and they call it Singu, either Singu 12 or Singu 15, 14, sorry. And then when we are talking about women and then the innovation uptake, as we know that innovation plays significant contribution to improve farming productivity. And then women has played a very crucial involvement in cattle farming and also crop farming. But then they still refer themselves as the husband helper. So they don't see themselves as the owner, for example, as the farmer, as the cattle farmer. Instead, they say that okay, we're just helping our husband. So these are some perspectives that still exist in the woman. And because of this perspective, their involvement in the adoption of innovation kind of lacking because the decision whether to adopt or not to adopt the innovation lies heavily on the husband. And then this is influenced by the gender norms because man is considered to be the leader of the family and then as the primary source of agricultural knowledge. And at the same time, women are also a bit afraid of the risk from innovation adoption. So rather than having the decision to adopt the innovation, the woman tends to be wait and see until whatever the husband decided whether innovation will be adopted or not. And then another findings that we often find in the village that women are often left behind during the training and also capacity building activities. And then the training are targeted for men, and then women are just left behind preparing coffee, and then they didn't really get involved in the training itself. But at the same time, it is women that also contribute significantly during the farming activities. So it is very unfortunate because if only the women get involved more during the training activities, they can contribute also more in improving the farming productivity. Therefore, we think that given the woman significant roles in farm work, we propose that the gender aspect needs to be more included in the technical training. For example, we need to consider like the preference of women, whether it is about time, about the trainers, about the the operation of the training itself because the woman also have other responsibility in the domestic house. So we need to adjust like the woman needs and at the same time also to give them opportunity to participate in the training activities. And then we believe that creating comfortable environment for women will provide greater possibility for them to internalize whatever innovation be introduced and then that subsequently will lead into the more sustainable practice. And if we look at the framework for programs towards impact, when we see the government institution or other organization providing programs for the farmers, most of the programs mainly targeting to improve the well-being of the farmers. But then this well-being is only can only be achieved when the program is implemented. And the program can be implemented when the farmers have changed their mindset and also attitude. And then this change can only be achieved when farmers have undergone certain processes. And then these processes include several elements. The first is about the awareness that farmers realize their current situation, their opportunities, as well as the problems that they need to be addressed. And then the farmers get certain knowledge about the innovations being introduced, and then the farmers need to prove it by themselves by doing the adaptive trial. And then at the same time, farmers also need to get access to the input required to implement the innovation. And then this process needs to be facilitated by the different facilitators. And then one big question remains, where do we put women in this all the processes? Because women plays very significant roles in the farming activities. So these are our homework all of us as a reflection because quite often women are just left behind and then it is only men get the training, it is only men get sent into like certain activities for capacity development. But at the same time, it is the woman do the work. So we really need to think about like involving women in more active ways. So my conclusion is that women involvement has been significant in shaping the pharma enterprises in NTB under the crop livestock system. But then, despite their heavy involvement, women still consider themselves as a helper rather than like as the subject, as the doer, and that this implicates to the lack of participation in decision making for innovation adoption. And this situation is exacerbated by approach that negate women in trainings and capacity building activities. So we suggest that a more gender sensitive and holistic approach is needed to enable internalization of innovation and then leading to sustainable practice change. I think this is all that I can share for today. So questions and feedback are most welcome. Thank you very much and give it back to the host.
Thank you, Doctor, for your speech. Maybe before we go to Q&A session, maybe we have a photo session. Maybe all participants, please turn on your camera so we can take a picture. Okay, let me start. Three, two, wait. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, three again. 3, 2, 1. Okay, yeah, that's enough maybe for the photo session. Maybe let's move on to the next session is Q&A session. If anyone have any question or any topic we will share to us is about the women and their contribution in agriculture practice. Okay, Doctor, maybe I will firstly questioning about there are many any specific program for design to empower female farmer. Any specific program, Doctor, from your research?
Yes, as far as I concerned, that quite often that the programs are very general and it is quite often overlooked the involvement and the necessity to target the woman, especially in the design of the programs because when it comes into the woman, they need like the specific design, but quite often the programs doesn't really look into that and quite often our women are just neglected behind. We can see so many development programs so far, but so far as I concern, especially in the agriculture sector, women are not that involved in the design of the programs and not really necessarily targeting women. But then we can discuss about it later. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe from the room chat we have Lizam, Doctor. How do women contribution to agricultural impact, food security, and local economies? Maybe you.
Yes, a very interesting question because woman plays a very significant role in the when we talk about household food security because it is the woman that look after the family, right? And then when the women are empowered to be able to contribute into the food security, and then the food security can be like guaranteed. But then again, so many food security programs quite often doesn't really involve the woman in the design. And if there is any program, but then it is implemented in the ways that doesn't really address the woman needs and also woman requirements. So our proposal is that to get the woman involved, starting from the design of the program up until the implementation, because quite often when the program is implemented and then it is implemented in the ways that women are unable to participate in that program.
Yeah, maybe it's enough for Lizam. Okay. Let's move on to the next question is for Amaria Haida. Ya, Assalamualaikum And he, doctor, thank you for your interesting presentation. You mentioned that women are heavily involved in the farming, but are still considered as the husband helpers. What the specific cultural or social factor to contribute to this perception, and how might they be addressed to change the woman decision-making power? So it's quite interesting.
Yes, very interesting response because we are living in the society that has like the Eastern value and very patriarchy, where husband are considered to be like the head of the family, and then although there is acknowledgement that the family asset is shared between the husband and wife, but then when it comes into like decision, especially in adoption or not adoption, there is a risk when we implement the innovation, right? We are not sure whether the innovation will be success or not. And in this case, women are quite afraid to bear the risk because he will be blamed if something happens.
Yeah.
And then the husband, oh, you made the decision. This is gone wrong. And what happened to our cattle? What happened to our farming? So women are very afraid about this situation, and then rather than taking lead in making decisions, they tend to be wait and see. And then what we did that we tried to like work with the husband and also the wife at the same time, and then we will show the husband this is the value. If your wife has more power and more knowledge and more skills in helping you doing your farming. So please give her opportunity to improve her skills, her knowledge, and her ability to help you. So the language is we help your wife to help you. Not we are coming here to empower your wife to challenge you. So we don't want to compete between the husband and wife, but instead, we try to encourage them that if you work together, if you are more powered, if you are more skilled together, you can achieve better. So those kind of approach that we do. Otherwise, it will be chaotic.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor, for your answer. Let's move on to the next question, Doctor. Paul Elvi Ramadhani. Yeah. Assalamualaikum, Doctor. Most female farmer are more skilled and creative in the farming and financial management than male farmer. What do you think, Doctor?
Yes, when it comes into financial matter, it is very interesting because our findings in the village that although men can be very powerful in the household, but then when it comes into financial decision, they always make decisions together. So the men, to some extent, are afraid of the wife in the financial matter. So they always wait until they make consensus. When they sell the cattle, it is the man receiving the money from the trader, but then it is the wife that holds the money. So it is very interesting. So the wife is the treasurer of the family, the Ministry of Finance in the family, and then they manage the financial stuff in the family.
Yeah, it's a woman is the best in the finance management.
Yeah, they're very good.
Okay, let's move on. What role do women play in agricultural decision making process at the household and community level by Kimia Al Kutsi? Yeah, maybe.
Yes, as we discussed before, when it comes into the farming, it is usually the husband decide when to plant, what to plant, and how much fertilizer we put in the farm. It is usually the husband decision.
Yeah.
And when it comes into the meeting group, it is usually the man go into the meeting group and also in the community meeting. And then women are just left behind the meeting preparing the coffee for the men. So yes, for the at the community level, when it comes into decision making, usually it is still dominated by men up until now. For as far as I have seen, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Okay, have anyone have any question more about our discussion or just wanna share your speech today? Okay, Dr. Reis. Maybe I think role of women in agriculture is very much bigger since the past majority or harvesting agriculture product is was carried by a woman. Yeah. So then, what's the role of women in their contribution in modern farming? Like now, maybe Doctor, like modern farming.
Yeah, when we see now the world is changing, right? And it is
Yeah.
into more mechanical things now. When we see like the more tractor, more combined harvester, even the transplanter now are dominating the farming, especially uh, in the large areas. In my opinion, I think we still need to give opportunity for women to get involved in that. I mean, to adjust the machinery that can be like more handleable for women. I'm just thinking about it because still a woman needs to be given opportunities to be part of the modern farming.
Doctor, have any more challenge about the woman face in agriculture? Maybe the
What
biggest
specific
challenge
challenge do you
now,
mean?
yeah, biggest challenge for the woman in agriculture, maybe, Doctor.
Yes, because women are still considered to be like the helper of the family, and then they don't have like access into resources. The land is considered to be like the husband, belong to the husband, and then when it comes into access for the capital, it is considered to belong to the husband. So when women to want to run her own business, sometimes it is very challenging because they don't have access. For example, okay, I want to set up like the kangkung farming or maybe uh, something very easy to get cash to support the family. But because they don't have access into the land, because all the decision will made by the husband, right? And then they don't have like enough capital to start the business. So it is very challenging for women to set up and to try to start the new farming and also agribusiness thing.
Okay, Doctor. Do you have any question more, Doctor? What are your suggestions for the building institution for women? They are limited and skill and time. Maybe you can.
Yeah, I'm thinking of first we need to change the paradigm of the our extension itself because quite often our extension activities and extension staff only targeting men. We need to change it because they have like the equal right to get like the more training and skills and also knowledge. And then the second is to strengthen the organization of the woman itself, because quite often when we talk about farmer group, it is considered to only belong to the man. We need to also involve women working together in groups because when they work in a group, they can get like better access into the government programs as well as better access into the government services. I think we need to work the both sides, both from the extension perspective as well as from the woman organization itself.
Yeah, it's a quite interesting topic. We have a good discussion today. So, anyone have any question about our discussion? Yeah, just write to the chat book or just raise your hand. Or if you want to give your opinion about the topic, it's quite interesting topic. It's about the woman in agriculture. Is a woman is have a big impact in agriculture. So I wish it's interesting topic to share with us. So maybe anyone have any question? Yeah, okay. Okay. Maybe it's enough, doctor. Thank you. Having a great time with us in Summer School 2024. And please, if anyone have any question more about the doctor or you want to discuss more with a doctor, we can contact you in where, doctor?
Thank you very much, and it's been a pleasure to discuss with you all. And if anybody wants to reach me out, just send through them to the organizer any email or any WhatsApp. Yeah.
Thank you, doctor. We have a great time.
Thank you very much. Have a good day too.
Yeah. Okay, we will move on to our last speaker. Yeah, I will introduce our speaker in Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. And he got PhD. It's from Queensland University. Got master expert in the geography. So with us, Bapak Dr. Bagus Setiabudi Wiwoho. Oh, Dr. Bagus with us. Dr. Bagus Setiabudi Wiwoho. Can you hear me?
Yeah. My
Okay.
voice is fine.
Okay, your voice is fine, doctor. Okay, I will introduce the topic. It's about the peri-urban area mapping, integration of biophysics and socio-economic indicator to capture the dynamic and regional development. Yeah, doctor, is about compression land. Yeah, doctor. Yeah, compression. Okay, doctor. Before begin your presentation, you have 15 minutes for your presentation and followed by Q&A session. If you have any trouble, just ask us for help. And after that, we will have a Q&A session after your speaker. Okay, doctor.
Pardon, 15 minutes?
Yeah, 15 minutes.
15, right? Okay.
So,
I sent my PowerPoint to Miss Rizka, and I need help to show the slide, please. Okay. Today, thank you for having me today. Today, I would like to present about peri-urban area mapping integration of biophysics and socioeconomic indicators to capture the dynamic of regional development. For this session, we have 4 topics: POA, a concept, role, and context. Next slide, please. And the second topic is a geographic perspective, and the third is a proposed method for mapping, and the last is what next plan about the POA mapping. Next.
Yeah. Now we go to the first session about the overview spatial rural urban connectivity. In that graph, we can see that why spatial is special. Why is spatial special? Because it related to the location, and we can know that everything happens somewhere. Understanding the location of phenomena from climate patterns to human settlement is fundamental to geographic analysis. And the second reason is spatial relationship, how things are distributed across space influence their characteristic and interaction. And the third is about spatial patterns. We need to analyze spatial patterns and help identify trends about the phenomena. And the fourth is about spatial processes. It is a way to understand how things change over space and time. And this is the crucial issue that we have to predict about the future trends and making informed decisions. And the last is about the spatial data. This is about GIS, how we can capture, store, analyze, and visualize spatial data to provide invaluable insight. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Peri-urban area, what's that? We can see that the peri-urban area is the transition zone between a city and its surrounding countryside. It is a dynamic space where urban and rural characteristics intertwine, create a unique blend of land use and lifestyle. So that's why in the graph on the right part, we can see that we have core components such as Greenwich. It means that the central focus of the diagram representing a green corridor extending from the urban center into the surrounding landscape. And we have also urban center, urban fringe, and traditional rural hinterlands, also new urban very. I just want to share about the message through this diagram that this graph illustrates about the complex interplay between urban development, agriculture, and forestry. It emphasizes the role of green wages in maintaining biodiversity, providing ecosystem services, and mitigating urban pressures. And the diagram also suggests the need for careful planning and management to address potential conflict and challenges. Next, please. At the end of the first part, we can see that we have some point about the characteristic of peri-urban area or PUA. Best practices based on our fieldwork when we identified PUA surrounding Java Island. We have met mixed land use. I mean, a combination between residential, commercial, industrial, and agricultural activities. And we have met also rapid growth about the population and development also. And we have also infrastructure challenges, strained infrastructure, including transportation, water and waste management. And we have also about the environmental concern about balancing urban development with preserving natural resources. Also, we have a problem about the social diversity, informal settlement, dependency on urban centers, spatial fragmentation, and opportunity and challenges due to the potential growth and development of urban city. Next, please. In this graph, I want to show about the PUA location between rural, peri-urban, and urban area based on population density and access to infrastructure, presenting a distinct set of challenges and opportunities compared to the those in developed countries and characterized by rapid urbanization, poverty, and informal settlement. These regions are undergoing significant transformation. For the infrastructure type, we have four categories. First is natural infrastructure. Second, social infrastructure. Third, engineer infrastructure. And fourth, institutional infrastructure. When we see the graph, we can see about the trends. And for the natural infrastructure, access to the natural infrastructure is generally high in rural areas and decrease as population density increase. For social infrastructure, access to social infrastructures tend to be low in rural areas and increase in peri-urban areas and reaches its high level in urban areas. For engineer infrastructure, access to engineer infrastructure is generally low in rural area and increase in peri-urban area and reaches its highest level in urban areas. And the last, for institutional infrastructure, access to institutional infrastructure follows a similar pattern to engineered infrastructure, with lower levels in rural area and higher levels in urban areas. Overall, this graph depict about the disparities in access to different type of infrastructure across different population densities. While rural areas may have abundant natural infrastructure, but they often lack of to social, engineer, and institutional infrastructure. In contrast, urban areas generally have better access to all type of infrastructure, but may experience a decline in natural infrastructure. Next, please. Okay, for the slide, this slide, a challenge to delineate or identify PUA. We use some methods to get the boundary about area of interest in Java, and we occupied in some methodology such as remote sensing and GIS. Remote sensing and GIS, and also field surveys and expert opinion and statistical analysis. How we can get the accurate delineation of PUA? Then we have to precise delineation of PUA. And it is crucial for effective planning and policy making. It helps identify areas with specific needs and challenges, enabling targeting interventions. Accurate data on PUA can support sustainable development initiative, improve infrastructure, and reduce poverty. Next, please. Why we should use a geospatial approach to define the PUA area? Because there are lots of advantages in geospatial approach for PUA identifications, such as providing synoptic review that can handle comprehensive spatial data. Geospatial data such as satellite imagery, aerial photography, and GIS can capture a wide range of spatial information, including land cover, land use, population density, and infrastructure, and also transportation networks. And revealing patterns and distribution mean spatial patterns. It means that geospatial analysis can reveal spatial patterns and relationship between different variables and helping to identify POA boundaries and characteristics. Geospatial data can be also integrated with other data sources, such as census data, socioeconomic indicators, and to provide a more comprehensive understanding about POA. And by analyzing data over time, it is possible to track changes in land use, population growth, infrastructure development, essential for understanding POA evolution. So in this part, we also use something like we call image classification in remote sensing techniques, and also change detection, because in the POA is very high for rapid population growth. And also we use a spatial statistic. Next, please. Yeah, this is POA mapping. Actually, I would like to share about the matter when we use a scale for from a geographic perspective. I would like to make it short. Scale in geography is crucial for mapping peri-urban areas because it determines the level of detail and extent of the area that can be analyzed. For instance, cartographic scale affect the resolution of maps, where finer scales, for example, 5,000, capture more detail like individual buildings, essential for understanding land use in peri-urban area. And geographic scales also helps analyzer to build a broader sense of urban expansion and its effects on surrounding rural areas, identifying trends like sprawl or fragmentation. And we have also observation scale dictates the granularity of data collection, and such a population survey, which can reveal socioeconomic dynamic in these transitional zones. When mapping a peri-urban area, the three concepts of spatial data, processes, and association, along with appropriate scales, become essential. Spatial data with higher resolution can capture detail and use change in peri-urban area. And geographic scales also help model the spread of urbanization and its impact on surroundings rural areas, such as infrastructure development and land use change. In Indonesia, mapping peri-urban area typically requires scales of around 10,000 until 25,000 due to the unique and rapidly changing landscapes. This area often experience a blend of agriculture and urban land use, informal settlement, and infrastructural development. A finer scale helps capture detailed change in land use, population density, and infrastructure, and essential for managing urban sprawl, planning sustainable development, and addressing socioeconomic challenges specific to Indonesia peri-urban zones, such as in cities like Jakarta, Bandung, and Surabaya. Next, please. Yeah, when we see this graph, please be focused on the right side about the spatial representation. When we discuss about a raster image, we can see that the raster data is made up of grid of pixel, where each pixel represent a value, and this form of representation is typically less complex and more generalized. And for the real world at the bottom, we can see that the bottom of image represent the real world physical landscape, which is the most complex and least generalized from the spatial representation. So I would like to say about this point that this diagram try to visualize and communicate that there is a trade-off between the generalization of spatial data and complexity of spatial analysis. As you move from a more generalized representation, for example, country level, to more complex and detailed one, for example, village level, the spatial analysis becomes more resources intensive and intricate. The administrative scales, village to country, reflect how spatial analysis might need to adjust based on the scale of the problem of or the study area. Balancing between the need for detail, complexity, and manageability of the data, or we can call generality. Next, please. Okay. This is our workflow when we did the last project with Professor Zagi from UMY. In mapping PUA, we employ a series of steps described in this figure. First, we perform extensive literature from reputable sources that is linked to Indonesian's context. And we examine all proposed variables and identify those relevant to Indonesia or Java. After we confirm all the identified variable with field observation and discussion with the expert and local stakeholder, then we identify the relevant data sources needed to represent such variables. We categorize variable into spatial and non-spatial data set, and then we obtain the first one from remote sensing geospatial data set and biophysical also socioeconomic variables. In this case, most socioeconomic variables can be found from BPS, which is unfortunately the finest level available is the district level. On the other hand, biophysical data were found from a national and global geospatial data set, and mostly in the form of raster format. To integrate two types of data, raster and statistical data, and then we perform zonal statistic to match raster data into district-based polygonized data. All variables have differing magnitudes of order and units. And we also perform standardization to make all variables comparable. Then we develop a scoring system to integrate all variables into a single decision of PUA information. Result obtained from scoring, which is the PUA maps, were brought to local stakeholder for validation. Next, please. And this is the translating description to variable deriving relevant proxies. For example, from literature review, we can see that PUA is area that have a transition from urban to rural, from outer urban limit. So for operational variables, then we decide that within 50 kilometers from the outer urban limit, we notice that that could be the PUA area. And then for the analysis and data source, we use the topographic map, and we calculate using a buffer distance analysis from BG. This is for the example how to produce from literature review to the analysis and data set source that we need to analyze PUA area. Next, please. I think this is still the same with the last one. We can go to the next slide. Okay. Now we have all identified variable occurred. The question is then how to formulate all these variables into a proxy representing the likeliness of POA occurrence. What we first approach is we apply the conceptual POA into an operational matrix. PUA or peri-urban area in many literature is considered as areas located in between city and rural or village, which characterize that are also the middle between city and rural. City is marked as center of facilities, hotspot of infrastructure, concentration of population. So that's why in this area, lots of activities and most populated and environmentally least sustainable due to the traffic and pollution. On the other hand, rural or village hold the opposite of these traits. And then we develop a midpoint criteria where the degree of POA occurrence is marked from 1 to 10. The district aggregate data were then reclassified to a 1 to 10 score, where the highest score is 10, represents the midpoint of features. And then we perform this for all variables and integrated all variables using an additive schemes. Next, please. Okay. This is an example how POA scores in district close to Jakarta within 50 kilometers distance. As you may see here, the use of geospatial data allow us to examine the spatial variability of many features. For example, this is the variability of land use in this boundary. Remote sensing and GIS allow us to examine the degree of development and economic activity by measuring intensity nighttime light. I mean, we use image of intensity of nighttime light to describe how the area or specific area has been developed based on the night time activity. And we also examine the distribution of infrastructure by understanding the spatial differences in road density. One good thing is that the open source map enables us to obtain number of public economic facilities so that we can observe which district is more developed than others. And also satellite remote sensing imageries provide data and information that we could not do using traditional surveys. As you might see here, we can see the spatial distribution of green vegetation fraction and impervious surface fraction. These two fractions are frequently used as proxies for environmental degradation and urbanization development. So this can help us to understand how a district can be greener or likely more degraded than others. Next slide, please. Okay. These are the result of POA score mapping for several regencies surrounding Jakarta cities. The red color here, the red color at the center, is the boundary of Jakarta and cities nearby where almost all land surfaces was covered with impervious materials or built-up areas. And we can see also that the distribution of districts considered having relative higher POA scores are not symmetrical or donut-like shape as often described in POA regions in developed countries. For example, Kabupaten Bogor has more districts with higher POA scores, meaning that these districts are experiencing more dynamic changes in economic and development in general. Next one, please. This is a more detailed visualization of POA scores in Kabupaten Bogor. We can see that the score for each district resulted from addition. As we see here that POA districts are more concentrated in the east and south part of Bogor. On the other hand, districts that are in the west part of Bogor apparently to be low in POA score. Low POA scores here, meaning that the district might have distinct features of a city or a rural place. In addition, low POA scores here can mean to be more urban and more rural. Next one, please. Visualize a map resulted from mathematical operation like POA map in this study is subject to methods such as algorithm operator and classification scheme techniques. Therefore, all maps are subject to a degree of uncertainty due to varying factors such methods. This slide shows how distribution POA scores resulted from additive and multiplicative schemes. As we see here, there is a small difference in POA scores, class maps. All these were developed from variable of justified concept of POA. Using additive approach, these districts have higher POA scores, but not when using multiplicative. Then how we can overcome these issues? All maps are subject to spatial modeling approach used. Therefore, map validation is mandatory in making the map reliable and usable. One simplest way to perform validation is by involving the stakeholder relevant to the issues. In our study, we did the validation by asking the local stakeholders to verify the map to see whether the pattern and distribution of POA district do make sense. One thing to note is that the data availability does play a role in determining the map accuracy. POA is highly dynamic region, and therefore temporal and up-to-date data set are required. In this case, obsolete or outdated data set might not be able to represent all the actual condition on the ground. This happened to mapping POA in Gresik, east of Java, where the latest land use map could not express rapid development of industrial and factories, resulting in adjustment of POA scores by local stakeholders. And the final, for concluding remarks, we can have that POA is highly dynamic area and complex to identify or monitor, requires comprehensive and continuous monitoring system to capture all the development of POA over the time. And GIS, also remote sensing, are promising tools to be integrated with the non-spatial data sets such as economy, health, and culture. Mapping is not only data and algorithm driven engagement with stakeholder and local government or user can strengthen the usability of the maps. I think that's all on my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. Maybe we will move to the take a picture session.
Oh, yeah.
So please, for all participants, just turn on your camera. Okay, once again, 3, 2, 1, action. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Doctor, for your speech today. Maybe we will move to the Q&A session. For the participant, if you have any question for this topic, just write on the chat book or just raise your hand. Firstly, Adiba Isahaldi.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Doctor. An interesting topic because for me it is a new term actually, peri-urban. So I have like so many questions in my head. All right, Doctor. I actually cannot differentiate between peri-urban and suburban. So what is the difference between these two areas? And then when we map the peri-urban areas, is there like one main elements or one main things that we will attribute to the peri-urban, such as we will categorize whether the area is peri-urban according the socio-economic or according to the land use or according to the biodiversity in that area. So, and then that is my second question. So my third question is why it is important for us to map the peri-urban. I mean that what is the significance of the areas because I actually couldn't really differentiate between suburban or peri-urban. So that's all, Doctor. Thank you.
Okay, we have three questions, right?
Yeah.
Maybe Mr. Moderator can review or replay the first and the second.
Okay.
Maybe one by one, yeah.
Maybe one by one, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you can for the first question.
Or the difference between peri-urban and semi-urban.
Different.
No, not semi. Sorry, between peri-urban and suburbans actually.
Yeah. Okay. Based on my knowledge that peri-urban is the middle between rural and urban area. But for the suburban, right? For the suburban, it is based on the literature review that I have learned about this term, that suburban is really is more close to the urban city, and for the function of this zone, for the suburban is more supporting area for the urban center rather than peri-urban. So when we can see about the type of land use and land cover, so the peri-urban is more, we can see that the agriculture sector will can find easily in this peri-urban area rather than in the suburban, because suburban means it is like satellite urban center. So they will support for the urban center to do the economic activities. But for the peri-urban, it is more complex rather than suburban. I think that's my answer about the first question.
Okay, maybe any questions from Adiba or just enough?
Maybe the second question that I asked was what is the main element, or do we have like one main element in classifying an area as peri-urban area? For example, maybe the peri-urban area is attributed to the one socio-economic or one land use. Did you get my question, Doctor? Is it clear?
Can you repeat it again, please?
what is the one or what is the main thing in classifying the area as peri-urban area? Is it according to the socio-economic, or is it according to the land use, or it combine all of those areas?
Yeah, we combine all of those data. We combine between biophysical and socioeconomic data. So that's why in the mapping of peri-urban area of Java, because of the data or the statistical data, we try to aggregate to the small area of interest to the district.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the third question.
Okay, for the third question. All right. What is the significance of categorizing an area as peri-urban area? What is the importance in recognizing the peri-urban area?
Yeah. Yeah, this is interesting question about why we define about the peri-urban area. Because we believe that peri-urban area is the blur line between city and country. I mean that this is a transitional zone. So we have to aware about how land use, land cover change in this area, because they will experience with a lot of data, with a lot of land use, land cover change rapidly. And we know that the peri-urban area also have a contribution as we can see at the third slide that we have shown today, that about the, for example, about the peri-urban, they have a function about the biodiversity friendly foodway corridors, and also support multi-scale and mixed crop livestock operation. So that's why we really aware about the agricultural sector in the peri-urban area, because their production in this area can contribute to the nearest city. So that's why if we can contribute the agricultural production to the nearest city, and then we can make a contribution to the footprint carbon. We can decline about the footprint carbon. I think that's my answer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe it's enough for Doctor. And yeah, we will move on to the second question from the room chat. How do you select the biophysical and socioeconomic indicator used in your mapping process? Which is the criteria are most important, Doctor?
Yeah, we define the biophysics and socioeconomic data based on literature review. We have found almost 60 variables to define PUA variables from selected sources. But sometimes we have some problem when we try to find the data. I mean, how the data can be revealed from the sources. For example, when we need about the production of kangkung in specific area, in Indonesia we call kecamatan, and then the data couldn't find easily. We have to go to the local government or local office to collect the data. Imagine that we have to collect all the Java, and then maybe that time consuming. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's my answer.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
And the next from the exam, yeah. What the primary geophysical indicator used in mapping peri-urban area and how they contribute to understanding regional development?
Yeah,
How to understanding.
yeah. The point, the key point for identifying a pre-urban area is the proximity of the to the nearest city. And I believe that the proximity is very important for biophysical data. That's the point. The one point that I have found when we did the research for pre-urban area in Java, and all factors also we use to make it more reliable. I mean that why we use reliable term, because if we just define from the literature review without any validation from stakeholders that they know very well about their area. So I mean that our result will be unusable, because maybe the local stakeholder will reject it what we have found about the PUA mapping. So validation also is important stage to the PUA mapping.
Yeah, so I think maybe I have any question, Doctor, about
Yeah.
how your opinion about land conversion today. So and how the government contribution to make sure the better policy and for the planning for the future.
Yeah, I believe that the rule and the law is good, but the implementation in the ground, yeah, we have to read and monitor carefully, because sometimes some district they obey the rule and the law, but the others we can see that land cover change is rapidly changing in the some specific area such as Bandung and Bogor. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, doctor. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Anyone have any question more to the doctor today? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Maybe it's enough, doctor. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Having a good time with us, and I wish your speech can be valuable insight and inspire us.
Amin,
One
amin,
more better. Okay,
amin.
thank you, doctor,
Okay, thank you.
for with
Bye.
us.
See you
Yeah,
soon.
bye.
Bye.
Okay, today maybe it's the last topic, and after this, it's I will giving back to the master of ceremony. Thank you for having good time with me, and thank you for attention today. I wish I express my gratitude for your participation and engagement. I hope to see you everyone to join again for the 3 day of the event. I apologize for my moderator cannot perfectly and any error is in my speech. I will now head over to the master of ceremony. Thank you.
Okay, thanks to the moderator who guided today's event. Thanks to the speaker who provided the best material and very useful knowledge. While all of you get the things coming from the material itself. The next agenda is assignment information. Today's task is to summarize all the material that has been given to the 5 presenters. For more detail, you can check in classroom. Okay, that is enough for assignment information. So don't forget to do the assignment. And okay, the last agenda is closing. That's all for today. Thank you and apologies profusely if any words that are my speaking to the audience here. That you close the first day of summer school on Festival Agribusiness 2024 by saying Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. And from me, thank you guys. See you tomorrow. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.